Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. Seal our agreement with a like and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door and let's begin. The phone screamed at 3:33 in the morning. Line 2. The red light pulsed in the dark office like a heartbeat. I reached for the receiver, plastic cold against my palm, and pressed it to my ear. Answering service, this is Cameron. Silence, then breathing, measured, shallow breathing that matched my own rhythm exactly. Hello, I tried again. Cameron. The voice hit like ice water. Listen carefully. You're going to die at 6:33 a.m., 3 hours from now. I straightened in the chair. Prank call had to be. But something about the cadence, the coffee in the break room is poisoned. Don't drink it. Don't. Don't touch it. The voice cracked on the last word, and my throat tightened in response. Because I knew that hitch. That exact way my voice breaks when I'm scared and trying not to show it. Can you imagine hearing yourself speak when your mouth isn't moving? Who is this? I'm calling from 6:41 a.m. I'm you, Cameron, Oh God, I'm looking at the body right now. I slammed the receiver down. My hand shook. The office felt smaller suddenly. The 4 phone lines coiled like snakes on the desk. The single security monitor casting blue light across stacks of message pads. Prank. Obviously. Some kind of voice modulation app. Maybe Todd from building security, bored on his rounds, messing with the overnight operator. I forced a breath. Let it out slow. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that endless electrical whine that fills the skull after midnight. I stood joint stiff from 6 hours at the desk and walked to the break room. The door swung open. The smell hit first, bitter, almost almond-like, underneath the usual burnt coffee stench. And there it sat, on the counter, my mug, the chipped blue one, full, steaming. I never made coffee tonight. I didn't pour this coffee, couldn't have. My hands shake as I set the mug down on the counter, the porcelain clinking against formica. The bitter almond scent clings to the back of my throat. The security monitor. I rush back to my desk, fingers fumbling over the keyboard. The grainy feed loads in 4 squares: lobby, stairwell, break room, hallway. I drag the timeline back to 3 o'clock. There. The break room camera shows me, walking through the doorway. Same wrinkled shirt. Same hunched shoulders. I watch myself move to the coffee pot, pour a full mug, lift it to my lips. But I never my doppelganger on screen drinks. 3 long swallows, then freezes. The mug slips from their hand, shattering across the brown tile. The body crumples. Knees buckle first, then the whole frame collapses sideways. One arm stretches out, fingers twitching against the floor. I'm watching myself die. My chest tightens. Can you imagine seeing your own corpse, knowing you're still breathing? The timestamp reads 3:04 a.m. I was at my desk then. I remember answering a billing inquiry. I remember the fluorescent light buzzing overhead. I lean closer to the screen. The body lies motionless for 30 seconds, A minute. The pixels blur together, but I can see the unnatural angle of the neck, the stillness of the chest. Then, movement. At 3:34 a.m., the body sits up, not gasping, not coughing, just sits up, calmly. The figure stands, brushes off its shirt, and walks out of frame toward the hallway, toward the desk where I'm sitting right now. My phone rings. The caller ID flashes my own number again, but this time the timestamp shows 3:34 a.m. From tonight, not the future. I let it ring. My hand hovered over the receiver, but I couldn't make myself lift it. The trilling sound drilled into my skull, each ring identical to the last. 7 rings, 8, 9, then silence. The air still carried that bitter almond smell from the break room, clinging to my clothes like smoke. I needed help. Someone who could explain what I just watched on that footage. I grabbed my cell phone and pulled up Vivian Cross's contact. My supervisor, she'd know what to do. The call connected. One hollow ring. Then a soft click. Dead air, not voicemail, just nothing. I tried again. Same result. One ring, click, silence. My fingers were shaking now. Can you imagine trying to type when your hands won't stop trembling? But I managed to open my messages. Todd Brenner, building security. He was supposed to be on shift tonight. Help. Something wrong with office. Please come to 3rd floor. Urgent. I watched the message send. Watched the status change from delivered to read at 6:27 a.m. The little indicator showed Todd had opened it, seen it, but no typing bubble appeared. No response. Todd, read at 6:27 a.m. Todd, read at 6:28 a.m. I tried the main desk line. One ring, disconnect. The police non-emergency number. One ring, disconnect. My own cell carrier's customer service. One ring, disconnect. Every single call. I stood up so fast the chair rolled backward and hit the wall. The office door, I grabbed the handle and twisted. Locked. I hadn't locked it. The deadbolt was engaged from the outside, the kind that needs a key on both sides. My breath came in short gasps. The windows didn't open. Fire code violation, but management never cared. I was trapped. That's when I noticed the computer screen. The clock in the corner glowed blue against the dark. 6:29 a.m. 4 minutes until 6:33. 4 minutes until the timestamp on that footage. The one where I collapsed on the break room floor. And the phone began to ring again. I answered on the second ring. Look at yourself. The voice was mine, but not lower, ragged like I'd been screaming for hours. Right now, look. Who? Your lips are already blue, the voice rasped. Static crackled behind the words. Skin's gone gray around the edges. You're sitting in that chair, and you're dying. My hand moved to the dark monitor. The screen reflected my face in its black surface. Oh God. My lips were pale, not quite blue, but wrong, bloodless. I touched them. My fingertips felt cold. Not the air-conditioned chill of the office, something deeper, something inside. You feel it now, don't you? My voice. My exhausted, broken voice. The numbness creeping up from your fingers. The metallic taste at the back of your throat. I did taste it. Copper and something bitter. My stomach lurched. I bent over the trash can, tried to force it out, whatever poison was working through my veins. Nothing came. Just dry heaves that left my ribs aching. It doesn't work, the voice said, flat, defeated. You absorbed it hours ago, you just don't remember drinking it. I wiped my mouth with a trembling hand. What are you talking about? This is the 9th loop, Cameron. The 9th. You've died 8 times already. Same chair, same timestamp, and every time you loop back. A wet, rattling breath. You don't remember any of it. My reflection stared back from the monitor. Lips definitely grayer now. The overhead fluorescent buzzed, flickered once. Can you imagine forgetting your own death? 8 times. Why don't I remember? My voice cracked. The line went silent, just static. Just my own breathing echoing back at me. Then, because something doesn't want you to, my fingers found the mouse. Still cold. Still numb. The metallic taste coated my tongue as I clicked through the call system, pulling up the log history. The monitor's blue glow made my skin look corpse pale, or maybe that wasn't the screen at all. 3:33 a.m. Today's entry sat at the top. I scrolled down, there. Same timestamp, different date, 2 weeks ago, another one, 5 weeks back. My breathing sounded too loud in the empty office. That wet, shallow rhythm you can't quite control when panic starts winning. The hard drive whirred as I kept scrolling, and each click of the mouse echoed against the walls like a countdown I couldn't stop. 8 entries total, all at 3:33 a.m., all spanning the last 3 months, and every single one marked with the same patient ID number, 1133. Would you keep digging? Would you want to know? I opened Dr. Hayes's file system with shaking hands. The password I used daily, the one I'd memorized for routing his emergency calls, still worked. His patient database loaded with agonizing slowness. I typed 1133, one result. The file opened. Patient name, Lucia Morno. The name from my employee handbook. The operator I'd replaced. The woman whose desk I inherited, whose coffee mug rotation I'd accidentally continued, whose chair still smelled faintly of lavender perfume under the stale air. I scrolled down, and the words appeared in clinical, sterile formatting. Status, deceased. Cause of death, acute cyanide poisoning. Date of death, 3 months ago. Location, answering service office. 3rd floor. My eyes caught on the final line of the incident report, and something cold slithered down my spine that had nothing to do with poison. Body discovered in operator's chair. The same chair that creaked beneath me right now. My hands shook so hard I knocked the keyboard off the desk. It clattered against the side panel with a hollow thunk, and when I reached down to grab it, my fingers brushed something else. Paper, taped to the underside of the desk. I pulled. The adhesive made a soft, ripping sound that seemed too loud in the silent office. 3 sheets of yellow legal paper, covered in tight, slanted handwriting. Blue ink. The top corner smelled faintly of vanilla perfume mixed with something chemical. Sharp medicinal. The first line read, "If you're reading this, you're already in the loop." My breath caught. I'm Lucia. I worked your shift. Same chair. Same calls. I thought I was losing my mind until I checked the footage. You'll see yourself die. You'll watch yourself stand back up. It's real. The handwriting got smaller, more frantic as I read. The coffee pot. There's a mechanism inside the heating element, timed release. I don't know what chemical, but it smells like almonds. I tested it at 2:47 a.m., traced the wiring. Someone modified it. I flipped to the second page. The letters were shakier here, pressing harder into the paper. I tried to destroy the pot, smashed it, unplugged everything. But the clock reset anyway. I still collapsed, still woke up again at 3:33. The loop doesn't care what I break. The third page had only 4 lines. I think I already drank it. In a timeline I can't remember. It doesn't matter what I break now. I still die because I already did. Below that, a single word underlined 3 times. Run. The phone rang. 3:33 a.m., but the computer clock still read 6:29. Which timeline was I in right now? I crumpled Lucia's final warning in my fist. The security monitor hummed beside me, casting blue light across my knuckles. I needed to see something real, something that made sense. I dragged my eyes to the screen. The footage showed the office. My chair and me standing beside it. I didn't move. My body stayed frozen in the seat, fingers still clenched around the paper. But on screen, the figure wearing my face stretched, rolled its shoulders, and walked toward the break room. The hallway swallowed it. My lungs forgot how to work. Can you imagine watching yourself move when you haven't taken a single step? The air tasted metallic, like sucking on old pennies. I tried to lift my hand. Nothing. My muscles locked tight as if someone had unplugged me. On the monitor, the figure reappeared, holding a white ceramic mug. Steam curled from the rim. It walked, calm, methodical, back to the desk, set the mug down beside the keyboard, right next to the mouse. Then it turned and walked off screen toward the door. I blinked. The mug sat 2 inches from my hand, white ceramic, still hot. The bitter almond smell drifted up, coating the back of my throat. I never moved. I never poured anything. But the heat radiating from the porcelain kissed my wrist like a living thing. The phone shrieked. I grabbed it without thinking. My voice came through the receiver, but wrong, flatter, colder. You have to drink it again to close the loop. Again. The word burrowed into my skull. My reflection stared back from the monitor's black edge, lips parted, skin gray, eyes too wide. Behind me in the screen, the break room door stood open. Something moved inside it. I tore myself from the chair. My legs obeyed this time, clumsy, shaking, but mine. I stumbled to the break room, grabbed the steaming mug from my desk, and hurled it against the cinder block wall. Ceramic exploded. Dark liquid sprayed across beige paint like arterial spatter. The other mugs followed. 1, 2, 3. I swept them from the shelf, listened to each shatter against brown tile, a percussion of defiance. The coffee pot sat there, innocent and mocking, its red brew light glowing. I yanked the plug from the wall. The light died. I unscrewed the reservoir, dumped wet grounds into the trash. They clumped in my shaking fingers, gritty and obscene, leaving black crescents under my nails. My breath came hard, fast. For the first time in hours, I felt real. Then the computer clock blinked. 6:29 became 3:33. No transition, no warning, just backward. The phone rang. I picked up before I could think, before I could stop myself. The voice wasn't mine. It was older, flattened like words spoken through a broken radio. "You are interference," it said. Each syllable clicked, mechanical and cold. The loop must complete. I looked at the security monitor. The footage was moving backward. My doppelganger walked in reverse across the office, smooth and wrong like film rewound. It glided into the break room, steps erasing themselves. On screen, the shattered mugs. Oh God. The shards pulled together, crawled up the wall, fused into whole ceramic. Coffee droplets lifted from the floor, arced backward into reassembled cups. In my hand, the hand I could see in front of me right now, a mug appeared, warm, full. The bitter almond smell flooded my nose, my throat, my lungs. What would you do when reality itself refuses your resistance? I threw the mug at the window. The glass exploded outward in a spray of jagged fragments. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of rain and asphalt. And underneath it still, that bitter almond scent clinging to my clothes. I grabbed the chair, swung it hard against the remaining shards jutting from the frame. My hands found the edge, sharp, real. I hauled myself up the glass. It was flowing, liquid mercury in reverse. Fragments lifted from the parking lot 3 stories below, drifted upward like petals caught in an updraft. They slotted back into place with soft clicks, seamless. The cold air sealed away. The window became whole again. I pressed my palm flat against it, solid, mocking. Outside, the parking lot stretched empty under a single flickering lamp. Rain made halos around the light, and there, one car, mine. Navy blue sedan, same dent in the rear bumper where I'd backed into a post last year. But the license plate, I squinted through the glass. The registration sticker in the corner, March. 3 months ahead. March of a year I haven't lived yet. What would you do if your own car existed in the wrong time? I stumbled back to the desk. My hands shook as I rewound the security footage. Not the loop of myself dying and rising further back. Before my shift started. Before 3:33. The timestamp read 2:45 a.m. The parking lot on screen, empty. Then, movement. Todd Brenner's truck pulled in. He stepped out, collar up against the rain, and walked toward the building. In his right hand, a small brown bag, folded at the top, grease-stained. He unlocked the maintenance entrance, disappeared inside. I switched camera angles. Break room, 2:48 a.m. Todd entered the frame. He moved quickly. No hesitation. Opened the brown bag, poured white powder into the coffee pot reservoir. His hands were steady. Then he looked up, directly at the camera. His lips moved. I'm sorry. They said it resets everything. I rewound the footage to 2:45 a.m. Todd Brenner entered the break room carrying a small brown bag. No hesitation. He opened the coffee pot, poured white powder directly into the filter, then replaced the lid. His movements were practiced, efficient. Then he looked up, straight into the camera lens. His lips moved slowly, deliberately. I'm sorry, a pause. They said it resets everything. My phone vibrated against the desk. One final ring cutting through the fluorescent hum. I answered. Cameron, if you're hearing this, you were chosen for the trial. Vivian Cross's voice, but flatter, pre-recorded. The loop tests causality breakdown, if you're still alive. The experiment failed. My throat tightened. Please drink the coffee. It's the only way to stop experiencing all the timelines at once. The line went dead. All the timelines at once. I thought about Lucia, about her notes, about dying and waking and dying again in a chair I inherited from a corpse. What would you do, knowing the poison was always there, in every version, in every loop you can't remember living. The mug sat beside my keyboard. I didn't see it arrive, but there it was, still warm. I lifted it with both hands. The ceramic felt wrong against my palms, too smooth, too cold. The liquid inside wasn't brown, it was clear, like water. I tilted it toward the dim glow of the monitor. My reflection rippled across the surface. But the face staring back wasn't mine. The eyes were darker, the jawline sharper, Lucia's face, or maybe it had always been hers. I brought the rim to my lips. The taste was nothing. No bitterness, no almonds, just silence. And then, I forgot why I was afraid. The tapping started at midnight. Metal on metal. Rhythmic, deliberate. 3 slow beats, pause, 3 more. I stood in the control room, coffee halfway to my lips, listening. The fluorescent bulbs buzzed overhead. Country music played low on the radio, but beneath it all that sound. Tap, tap, tap. It came from outside, from the silos. I set the mug down and stepped into the cold. March air bit through my jacket as I walked the gravel lot listening. The sound grew louder near Silo 4, 80 feet of concrete rising into darkness. I tilted my head back, staring at the peak. The tapping came from inside. My hands found the ladder rungs, cold metal slick with night moisture. I climbed. One rung, another. The ground dropped away beneath me. Wind pulled at my shoulders. What would you do? Hearing something impossible in the dead of night, knowing you're the only soul for miles. The platform swayed as I stepped onto it. Wheat dust hung in the air, coating my throat. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicked it on. The beam swept across the grained surface and froze. The wheat had been disturbed, patterns carved into it, not random. Letters, words gouged deep into the golden surface, shadows making them legible. Help buried 40 feet down. My heart slammed against my ribs. I knelt at the edge, hand hovering over the letters. The grain felt wrong, too cold. Like touching January snow, not dried wheat. Who could write this? Who could be? I smoothed the wheat flat with shaking palms, erased the words, made the surface level again. Below, in the control room, the radio dissolved into static, and the tapping stopped. The patterns were back. I climbed Silo 4 at 11:47. Telling myself I'd imagined it all. The cold wind bit through my jacket as I gripped each metal rung, the ladder groaning under my weight. At the top, I swung my flashlight across the wheat surface. Fresh grooves cut through the grain, deeper this time. More letters, help me, my throat tightened. I had smoothed this flat last night. I had erased it. Roy Hutchins leaned against the control room doorframe the next morning, coffee steaming in his fist. I told him everything, the tapping, the message, how it returned. He barely looked up from his clipboard. Settling grain, he said. His voice was flat, practiced. Happens all the time in 4. Air pockets collapse, surface shifts, you'll get used to it. But the letters, Earl. He finally met my eyes, and something in his expression warned me to stop. You're new. Night shifts play tricks. Don't go looking for problems. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as he walked away, boots echoing down the hallway. I waited until his truck left the gravel lot. Then I opened the filing cabinet in the corner of the control room, fingers trembling as I flipped through employee records. The paper felt strangely rough, almost damp. Clayton Wade, Previous overnight operator. Start date, November 2018. End date, March 18, 2023. No resignation letter, no forwarding address. Just a red stamp across the folder left without notice. 2 years ago, almost to the day. I pulled up the security footage archives on the computer, scrolling back to March 2023. The screen flickered. Static consumed every recording from that month. Corrupted files, all of them. Hours and hours of white noise. My wedding ring dug into my finger. When had it gotten so tight? I twisted it, feeling the metal bite into swollen skin, but it wouldn't budge. And somewhere above me, faint through the ceiling, the tapping began again. I pulled my employment file at dawn. The folder smelled like old coffee and cigarette smoke. I flipped past the tax forms, the safety acknowledgments. There, my start date typed in faded ink. March 18th, 2023. The same day Clayton Wade disappeared. I tried to remember the interview. Sitting across from Roy, shaking his hand, signing the offer letter. Nothing. Just a blank space where the memory should be. My first night here felt like waking up mid-shift, already knowing where the light switches were. Have you ever forgotten something important? Not misplaced it, but had it erased? Roy was in his truck when I found him, engine running, heater on. When did you hire me? He didn't look up from his thermos. 2 years back, you know that. Same day Clayton left. Coincidence? His jaw tightened. Drop it, Earl. Did you even interview me? He drove away. Gravel crunched under his tires then. Silence. The kind that presses against your eardrums. I worked alone that night. Radio played classic country, but the songs felt wrong, released after I'd started here somehow. At 2 a.m., the tapping began again. Faster this time. Urgent. Tap, 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 tap. I climbed the ladder. Each rung bit cold through my gloves. The wind had died completely. No sound except that relentless rhythm and my own breathing. At the top, I knelt on the platform. The grain stretched before me, pale under the floodlights. I reached down, plunged my hand into the wheat. Cold, not the dry chill of winter grain. This was wrong, damp, clinging. The texture felt almost organic, like touching skin left too long in bath water. I jerked my hand back. The tapping stopped, and in the sudden silence I heard something else, a wet, sliding sound, as if the grain itself was breathing. I blinked. The clock read 3:15. My coffee was cold, stone cold. I'd poured it fresh at midnight, hadn't I? I stared at the mug, ceramic smooth under my fingertips. The surface had a film, hours old. My shift log sat open, last entry time-stamped 11:42. 3 hours. Gone. The fluorescent lights buzzed their familiar drone, but my skin prickled with the certainty that I'd been somewhere else. Somewhere dark. I stood. Too fast. The room tilted. Cold air hit my face. The door to the lot stood open. Had I gone outside? I looked down at my hands, dirt, packed deep under every fingernail. Black soil, damp and gritty, the kind that clings when you've been digging. Or clawing, my throat closed. I scraped at it with trembling fingers, felt the grit roll away in tiny clumps. When had I touched dirt? The grain was wheat, clean winter wheat. The radio crackled behind me, not static this time, a song. Clear and bright, pop melody, auto-tuned vocals. I knew this one. Vera had played it last summer, 2024, but the station only played classics. 80s country, Hank Williams, Patsy Cline. I turned the dial. Every frequency bled the same modern track, overlapping, distorted. Have you ever heard a song that shouldn't exist yet? It makes your teeth ache. I snapped it off. The silence felt worse. I moved to the security monitors, needing to see something normal, something fixed. 6 screens glowed pale green. Silos 1 through 5 showed their usual still frames. Silo 4's feed was wrong, not broken, not blank. The static swirled, slowly at first, then faster, forming a spiral, tightening inward like water circling a drain. My pulse matched its rhythm, round and round and round. I caught my reflection in the metal cabinet beside the monitors. The man staring back wore a different shirt, flannel, green and black checks. I looked down at my chest, blue uniform, company logo. When I looked up again, the reflection hadn't changed. They drained Silo 4 on Thursday afternoon. I stood in the gravel lot, arms crossed, watching the crew connect hoses thick as my thigh to the bottom outlet. Roy Hutchins wouldn't look at me, just signed the work order and walked back to his office, shoulders tight. The machinery groaned to life. Wheat began cascading through the transparent discharge pipe, a golden river rushing toward the transport truck. The sound. Oh, the sound was immense. A roar that filled my chest cavity vibrated through my boots into the ground. I watched that pipe, every kernel, every shadow. The crew supervisor, a man named Dale with a clipboard, kept glancing at his watch. Roy had told him I was stressed, overworked, seeing things. I could read it in Dale's careful distance, the way he positioned himself between me and his workers. The wheat smelled wrong, not like grain, like turned earth, like something buried too long. 30 minutes in, I saw it, a shape, tumbling through the cascade, dark, human-sized, limbs twisted at angles that made my stomach lurch. I lunged forward. Stop but it was gone. Wheat poured smooth and unbroken. Dale stared at me, hand hovering near his radio. There was. Did you see? My voice cracked. He didn't answer. Just turned to the monitors mounted on the truck bed, played back the footage. Frame by frame, we watched golden wheat tumble through the pipe. Nothing else, just wheat. Mr. Briggs, Dale said carefully, when's the last time you slept? They found nothing at the bottom. Not a bone, not a scrap of fabric. Roy made me sit in the office while they inspected the empty silo. The psychologist on speakerphone suggesting rest, maybe medication. His voice smooth as oil. By midnight, the refill trucks arrived. I watched them pump grain back into Silo 4, alone in the control room, hands shaking around cold coffee. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. No, wait. That wasn't the lights. That was tapping, from somewhere beneath the floor. The tapping came back louder the next night. Not the hesitant rhythm I'd first heard. This was urgent, frantic. Metal on metal, echoing up through the concrete foundation like something trying to claw its way out. I sat frozen at my desk, coffee mug halfway to my lips, the bitter liquid gone cold hours ago. I stopped sleeping after that. What would you do? Close your eyes knowing something beneath 80 feet of grain was calling your name. The coffee maker became my closest companion. 3rd pot by midnight, 5th by 4 a.m. My hands shook, not from caffeine, from the certainty that if I blinked too long, I'd miss something. The phone rang at 2:15. Earl Vera's voice, but wrong. The pitch was hers, the cadence familiar, yet something underneath sounded hollow, like speaking through a long tunnel. Hey, my throat was sandpaper. You okay? Just wanted to hear your voice. A pause too long. Can't believe our anniversary's next week. 10 years, honey. My chest tightened. We got married in June, not March. Yeah, I managed. 10 years. You sound tired, just long shift. Come home soon. The line crackled, static blooming between her words. I miss. The call dropped. I stared at the phone, my wedding ring biting into swollen skin. June 14th. I'd written our vows on a humid afternoon, her father crying during the ceremony. June, not March, I was certain. Wasn't I? Movement caught my peripheral vision. The security monitor showing Silo 4's exterior. I turned my head fully to look. The camera angle was the same. The floodlights cast identical shadows. But when I glanced back at the grained surface visible through the high window, had the wheat level dropped? Just an inch, maybe two. I forced myself to look away. Count to 10. Breathe. When I turned back, the surface had risen 3 feet higher than before. I climbed at 3 in the morning. The metal ladder bit cold through my palms, each rung slick with condensation that smelled faintly of rust and wheat dust. My flashlight beam stuttered ahead, illuminating the curved concrete walls as I ascended toward the platform above Silo 4. The tapping had stopped an hour ago, but I had to see. My boots hit the narrow platform. It swayed just slightly. The grained surface spread below, pale and rippled like skin. And there, carved deep into the wheat, letters 2 feet high, sharp-edged and deliberate, I am you. Fell March 2023, suffocating. You are standing on me. My breath caught. The flashlight trembled in my grip, standing on me. I took a step back. The platform groaned, metal singing under my weight, and beneath my feet I felt it, a vibration, rhythmic like something, pounding. Can you imagine reading your own death written in grain? The surface began to move, not settling, not shifting, moving. The wheat spiraled inward, grains tumbling over each other, forming a slow, rotating whirlpool directly beneath where I stood. The sound was wrong, too liquid, too hungry, a susurrus that climbed the walls and filled my ears. I grabbed the railing. Cold bit through my wedding ring, the metal band cutting into swollen flesh. The whirlpool widened. Faster now. Faster. Grain cascading into darkness, falling into some impossible void 40 feet down. And from that churning center rose a sound that froze every nerve in my body. Screaming, a voice I recognized, hoarse, desperate, clawing for air. My voice, screaming my name from below, and the platform beneath me began to crack. I ran, hands slapping cold metal rungs, boots scraping down the ladder so fast my palms burned. The voice below, my voice, kept screaming my name, but I didn't look back. Couldn't. My lungs pulled in air that tasted like rust and old wheat. Gravel crunched under my feet. The parking lot stretched empty under a sky with no stars. I fumbled for my phone. Dead, screen black, cold as stone. My truck sat alone near the gate. I yanked the door open and the interior reeked of grain dust, thick, choking even though I'd never hauled wheat. keys in the ignition. I twisted them. Click, click, nothing. No, 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 I abandoned it. Ran toward the access road, the one that led to the highway 3 miles out. Gravel turned to pavement under my boots. Streetlights flickered ahead. I ran until my chest burned, until the lights grew closer, until Silo 4 loomed in front of me. I spun around, the gravel lot, my dead truck, the same gate I just passed. Impossible. I tried again. Chose the eastern fence line this time, following the chain link toward the service road Roy used for deliveries. Ran past the equipment shed, past the maintenance bay, past the parking lot. Silo 4. Always Silo 4. The wedding ring bit into my finger, a band of fire-cutting circulation. I looked down and my breath caught. The skin beneath the gold had turned black. Not bruised black, necrotic. Dead tissue wrapped around a living hand. Can you imagine that? Seeing your own flesh rotting while your heart still beats. I staggered to the truck, wrenched the rearview mirror toward my face. Oh, the man staring back had sunken eyes, deep hollows carved beneath the cheekbones. Skin gray as winter fog, lips cracked and bloodless. I touched my face and felt cold meat, the texture all wrong, like touching someone else's corpse. I had been dead. Maybe still was. Time wasn't moving forward anymore. It was collapsing inward, folding back on itself like grain swirling down a drain. The facility had become a loop, and I was caught in the center, spiraling toward something inevitable. My hand moved to the truck door. I didn't tell it to. My legs carried me back across the gravel, back toward the ladder, back toward the platform where the grain was waiting. My hands gripped the cold rungs. I don't remember deciding to climb. The ladder pulls me upward, rung after rung, my body obeying commands I never gave. The metal is ice against my palms. But I can't feel pain anymore, just pressure. The platform waits above. I haul myself onto it. The grain surface spreads before me, pale under the single bulb. The wheat smells wrong, not musty, but sweet. Rot sweet. Like flowers left too long in a closed room. The metal grate creaks beneath my weight. It shouldn't creak. I've stood here 20 times, maybe more. But tonight the bolts groan and the platform tilts, the world drops. I fall. Grain rushes up, swallows me. My mouth opens to scream and wheat pours in, dense and choking. The cold shocks through my chest. I thrash, kick. The grain compresses around my legs, my waist, a vice tightening with every movement. 40 feet down. How far have I fallen? My lungs burn. Wheat fills my throat. I claw upward, but the surface is gone, buried, suffocating, and then I hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Metal on metal, someone on the ladder above. Footsteps crossing the platform, the new platform, whole again, time resetting. A man's breath ragged with fear. He's looking down at the grain, at the patterns forming. I know that breathing. Oh, God, it's mine. The operator above me is Earl Briggs, arriving for his first shift, March 18th, 2023. And I am Clayton Wade. Have been Clayton Wade, buried for 2 years beneath 40 feet of winter wheat, tapping, writing, begging to be heard. The loop closes. Time collapses inward. I open my mouth to scream his name, my name, but only grain pours in, and the suffocation that will never end begins again. Roy handed me the keys on March 18th, 2025. The metal was warm from his palm. or maybe from something else. I pocketed them without asking questions. First night shifts always felt strange, he said. His eyes looked tired, ancient, like he'd seen this conversation 1,000 times before. The gravel crunched under my boots as I walked the perimeter. 6 silos, all identical, but silo 4. Something about the way it stood made my skin prickle. Cold air rolled off the concrete like breath from an open mouth. Midnight came with the smell of dust and old machinery. Then the tapping started. Tap, 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 rhythmic, deliberate. Metal on metal, echoing down from somewhere high above. I stood beneath Silo 4, listening. The sound vibrated through my chest, matching my heartbeat until I couldn't tell them apart. I should have radioed Roy. Instead, I climbed. The ladder was ice cold even through my work gloves. 80 feet up, the platform swayed slightly in wind that shouldn't exist inside a silo. The hatch groaned open. Wheat stretched before me, an ocean of grain under a single utility light. The surface was disturbed. Patterns. Deliberate furrows forming letters, words. Could you ignore something like that? Would you? My wedding ring suddenly felt wrong, too tight, cutting circulation. I twisted it absently, staring at the message carved in 10,000 kernels of winter wheat. Help buried 40 feet down. My breath fogged in air that had gone freezing. The grain smelled sweet, rot sweet, like something left too long in warm earth. I knelt, smoothed the wheat with both hands. The patterns disappeared beneath my palms, erased as though they'd never existed. Descended the ladder, returned to the control room, told no one. The coffee tasted like metal, and my ring wouldn't come off anymore, but those were small things. Explainable. The kind of details you convince yourself don't matter until they're the only things that do. Above me in Silo 4, the tapping continued. It always does. The steam in the mirror was clearing. I stood frozen in the bathroom, knuckles white against the porcelain sink. The shower had been running when I walked in. Still running. That hissing, endless sound filling the small space with wet heat that clung to my skin like a second layer. My reflection stared back at me through the fog, and behind it something moved, a figure in the shower, standing motionless behind the curtain of my own reflection. No, not behind the glass, inside it. I watched my mirror self just stand there, mouth slightly open as the figure raised one dripping hand. Water streamed down its arm. Its finger touched the glass from the other side. It began to write, S-T-O-P. The letters appeared backward from my perspective, carved through condensation by something that shouldn't exist. Stop delivering here. My breath caught. I spun around so fast my hip cracked against the counter. The shower was empty. Curtain pulled back. Tiles bone dry. Not a single drop of water anywhere except, the mirror. I turned back slowly. The message was still there, still wet, still dripping down the glass in cold rivulets that caught the flickering bathroom light. What would you do? Would you touch it? I did. My fingertip met the letters. Ice shot through my hand. Not cold like winter. Cold like nothing, like the temperature where things stop existing. The water on the mirror shouldn't have felt like that. Water doesn't, it can't. Downstairs, the front door slammed. The sound cracked through the house like a gunshot. My whole body jerked. The bathroom light flickered once, twice. Then I heard them, footsteps, climbing the stairs toward me. Slow, deliberate, each creak of wood perfectly spaced, and underneath those footsteps, a sound that turned my blood to slush. Whistling, that same tune, the one I whistle every night on my route, the melody I've hummed for 9 years without thinking. 3 notes up, 2 notes down, always the same pattern. But I wasn't whistling. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped just outside the bathroom door. 3 nights before the bathroom, I believed I knew my route. The truck engine hummed its familiar diesel lullaby at 3:45 a.m. Same sound for 9 years. Same vibration through the steering wheel, same coffee-stained dashboard, same stack of bundled newspapers smelling of ink and wood pulp behind my seat. The Belmont district slept under streetlights that flickered in perfect rhythm. I'd memorized which ones buzzed, which stayed silent. House 82, sprinkler timer broken, always leaves puddles on the driveway. House 109, porch step creaks on the left side, never the right. House 214, Rottweiler named Bruno starts barking exactly 4 seconds after my door slams. I wasn't just familiar with the route. I was woven into it. Can you understand that kind of knowing? When your body moves through space without thought, when every turn is muscle memory, when you could drive it blind. I should have been able to. At 4:06 a.m., I rolled past House 345, the Kowalski place with the crooked mailbox and garden gnomes. Then came the empty lots, 2 of them side by side, nothing but dirt and scattered gravel under the streetlight's orange glow. I'd driven past that gap 5,000 times, give or take. Same empty stretch. Same darkness between 3:45 and 3:49. I glanced at my dashboard clock. 4:07 when I looked back at the road. The house was there, not half built, not under construction, there, fully formed, as if it had always existed and I'd simply failed to notice for 9 years. 2 stories, pale gray siding, windows blazing with warm light despite the hour. The lawn was flawless, not the patchy brown of the lots surrounding it, but deep green, manicured, glistening with fresh dew that shouldn't exist in October's dry cold. The mailbox stood at the curb, pristine white, no name, no number. Just waiting, my foot eased off the gas. The truck slowed. I should have stopped, should have backed up, confirmed what I was seeing, but routines have gravity. 9 years of muscle memory don't break for one strange house. I grabbed a newspaper from the stack. The bundle's rubber band snapped against my palm, sharp, real, grounding. I rolled down the window. Cold air poured in, carrying no scent at all. Not grass, not exhaust, not the usual pre-dawn smell of sprinklers and asphalt. Just absence. I threw the paper. It landed on the porch with a soft thump. The sound felt wrong, too muffled, like the house swallowed it. Every light inside remained on. No movement behind the windows. No shadows, no flicker of a television, no sign anyone lived there. But the lights blazed as if the house was awake, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I drove on. 3 houses later, my hands were shaking. Not from fear, not yet. From wrongness. From the certainty that something had been added to my route without permission, without warning, without any logical explanation. The Belmont district didn't just sprout houses overnight. There were permits, constructions, crews, months of noise and dust. This house had appeared silently, perfectly, between one heartbeat and the next. I finished the route on autopilot. 73 houses, same porches, same dogs. When I circled back past the lots on my way to the depot, I slowed again. 4:41 a.m., still dark. The streetlights still flickered orange. The house was gone, just dirt, just gravel, just the empty stretch I'd known for 9 years, as if nothing had ever interrupted the space between 3:45 and 3:49. I sat there, engine idling, staring at the vacant lot. My mouth tasted like copper. My newspaper, the one I'd thrown, was nowhere. No paper on a porch that didn't exist. No evidence I'd delivered to a house that hadn't been there. I checked my watch. 4:07 was 17 minutes behind me, but the memory was fresh. The lights, the lawn, the mailbox with no name, the sound of the paper landing and disappearing into something that pretended to be a home. What I didn't know yet, what I couldn't know, sitting in that truck with my heart knocking against my ribs, was that tomorrow night I'd drive past those lots again at 4:07, and the house would be waiting, not gone, not a hallucination, waiting for me to come inside. 24 hours later, I told myself I'd imagined it. But at 4:07 in the morning, my headlights swept across the same stretch of road. And there it stood. House 347. Same perfect lawn glistening with dew that shouldn't exist in October's brittle cold. Same yellow glow spilling from every window like something alive and waiting. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The vinyl creaked under my palms. I pulled over, killed the engine. The silence pressed against my eardrums. No distant traffic, no wind, just my own breathing fogging the windshield. I grabbed my phone and opened the GPS history, fingers trembling slightly as I scrolled back through yesterday's route. The timestamp showed 4:07. The coordinates placed me exactly here. The map displayed an empty lot. I zoomed in. Satellite view. Street view. Nothing but dirt and scattered gravel where the house blazed in front of me, close enough to see the porch light's filament glowing orange through frosted glass. I checked the county assessor's website, each page loading with agonizing slowness. Parcel number confirmed, vacant land, no permits, no construction history. Last transaction 23 years ago. I stepped out of the truck. Gravel crunched under my boots, real, solid, exactly the texture I expected. The cold bit through my jacket, sharp and medicinal like the air before snow. I raised my phone, framed the house in the camera. The shutter clicked. The screen showed dirt, weeds, empty space. I lowered the phone. The house stood there, undeniable, its siding almost luminous in the pre-dawn darkness. But when I glanced at it from the corner of my eye, something shifted. The edges shimmered, rippled, like heat waves rising from summer asphalt, except the air was freezing. Have you ever doubted your own senses? Wondered if the boundary between you and madness is thinner than you thought? I started toward the porch and heard it, faint but unmistakable. Someone inside was whistling my tune. The porch light flickers on before I reach the steps. My breath catches, I didn't move, didn't trigger a sensor. The light just knew, the whistling stops. I freeze halfway up the driveway, gravel crunching under my boots. The house waits. Every window glows warm yellow against the pre-dawn darkness. impossibly inviting. My hand trembles as I grip the newspaper still clutched in my fist, proof I'm here for a reason, that this is just part of the route. It's not. You know it's not. I climb the 3 porch steps. The wood doesn't creak. Brand new. Everything here is brand new, impossibly maintained, as if it materialized whole and perfect between the empty lots. I reach for the doorknob. Click. The lock disengages before my fingers touch the brass. The door drifts inward half an inch, releasing a breath of warm air that smells like coffee, fresh brewed. The brand I buy every Sunday at the depot store. Hello, my voice cracks. No answer. I push the door wider. The hinges are silent. The living room stops my heart. That's my couch. The sagging brown sectional I bought at a yard sale 4 years ago, the cushion on the left worn thin where I sit every night. My television mounted on the wall, same crooked angle because I never leveled it properly. My bookshelf crammed with delivery route logs and true crime paperbacks, spines creased exactly how I left them. This isn't similar. This is exact. I step inside. The door clicks shut behind me and I don't turn around. Can't. My legs carry me forward on autopilot, past the coffee table with its water ring stain from the mug I dropped last winter, past the lamp with the finicky switch that requires 2 clicks. Then I see the mantel, a wedding photo in a silver frame. Me in a black tuxedo, smiling wider than I've smiled in years. My arm wrapped around a woman in white, blonde, radiant, laughing at something I've just said. I've never seen her before in my life. My wallet feels heavy in my pocket, and suddenly I know. I know if I check my driver's license right now, something will be different. That's when I heard the water running upstairs. My hand froze on the wallet. The sound was steady, rhythmic. A shower at full pressure. I hadn't touched anything. Hadn't been up there yet. The leather felt slick with sweat as I dropped it back into my pocket. The sound pulled at me, a hook behind my sternum. What would you do? Stand there in that stranger's living room wearing your face, or climb those stairs? I climbed. Each step creaked under my weight, the same protest as the stairs in my real apartment. The sound grew louder. Steam billowed from the open bathroom door at the top, thick and warm against my skin. It smelled wrong, though. Not soap or shampoo, just heat, wet air. The bathroom was mine. Same chipped tile, same rust stain curling from the faucet. But the mirror, through the fog on the glass I saw my reflection. And behind it, standing motionless in the shower, eyes closed. Me, another me. Water cascading over his shoulders, steam rising from his skin. I spun around. The shower was empty. My heart slammed against my ribs. I turned back to the mirror. The figure was still there, but now he stood directly behind my reflection. Dripping, eyes open, staring. I stumbled backward. My spine hit the door frame. The figure raised one hand, pressed it against the glass from the inside. The surface fogged around his fingers, and he began to write. Stop. The glass under his touch was ice cold. I could feel it radiating outward, freezing the steam into rivulets. Delivering. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Here, my hands shook as I fumbled for my wallet, flipped it open. Driver's license behind the plastic window. Lyle Carpenter, 347, The house number stared back at me. Downstairs, the front door slammed shut. I didn't wait for the footsteps. I bolted down the stairs and out into the pre-dawn cold, my truck still idling at the curb. My hands shook on the wheel as I peeled away from house 347, watching it shrink in the rearview mirror. The lights still blazing, waiting, 15 minutes across town. My apartment building looked the same, brick facade, familiar parking lot. I took the stairs 2 at a time to the second floor. The key scraped in the lock. Wrong. Not broken, just resistant, like the metal didn't quite remember the shape of the pins. Inside, I flipped the light switch and froze. My couch, my coffee table, my life, but the coffee table sat an inch to the left of the carpet indentation. The bookshelf stretched taller than I remembered, its top shelf just brushing the ceiling. On the wall, my framed photos had faded to ghosts, colors washed out, faces barely visible. The air smelled wrong, not bad, just not mine. What would you do? Stand there and measure furniture or run? I stepped into the hallway, gulping air. Wayne's door across the hall, I knocked hard. He opened it, cigarette dangling from his lips, construction dust still on his jeans. Wayne, hey, it's me, Lyle. He squinted, took a drag. Sorry, man, you got the wrong apartment or something. I live right there. I pointed at my door. 2 years now we've talked. You know me. Wayne's expression didn't change. Polite, patient, the way you look at a stranger. Don't think so, buddy. He closed the door softly. My phone buzzed. Gloria. Lyle. Dispatch needs to update your file. You've got the apartment on Maple listed as your residence, but the system shows no lease history. Never has. Only address we have is house 347. Her voice was so calm, so certain, and that's when I understood what was happening to me. I drove my route that night with white knuckles and a plan. Skip it, just drive past. What would you do if your entire existence was being erased, rewritten around a house that shouldn't exist? I had 72 other addresses. House 347 didn't need to happen. At 4:03, I passed number 329. My chest tightened. At 4:05, I rolled through 341. The steering wheel vibrated under my palms. A low hum I'd never felt before, traveling up through my wrists into my bones. 4:07 arrived. My foot pressed the brake without permission. The truck slowed, turned, the engine growling a pitch lower than physics allowed. I yanked the wheel left. It moved right. My hands were just passengers now, and that's when I saw it. Both of them occupying the same space. The empty lot shimmered beneath the house like a photograph dissolving in water. Dirt and weeds bleeding through the foundation. The porch flickering between solid and transparent. The lawn pristine and overgrown simultaneously. My vision doubled, tripled reality folding over itself until nausea crawled up my throat. I blinked. The newspaper was in my hand, cold, heavy. The porch board solid beneath my boots. How did I? The air smelled wrong. Not unpleasant, just backwards, like coffee brewed with yesterday's grounds. I hadn't walked here, I hadn't left the truck, but here I was, the door drifted open. No creak, no resistance, just opening. And from inside, oh God, from somewhere deep in that warm-lit hallway, I heard it, my voice. Not shouting, not angry, gentle, tired, familiar as my own heartbeat. Come home. The newspaper slipped from my fingers, hit the porch with a wet slap. I didn't hear myself drop it. What was waiting for me inside? I ran, my own voice still calling behind me. I stumbled off that porch and into my truck. Engine screaming, tires shrieking. I didn't stop until dawn broke gray and cold over the depot parking lot. Gloria found me there, slumped against the steering wheel. She asked if I was sick. I told her I needed the day off. First time in 9 years. The public library opened at 10. I was waiting at the doors. Inside, the smell hit me first. Old paper and dust and someone's forgotten coffee going cold at a reading desk. My hands shook as I approached the reference librarian. I asked for newspaper archives. Belmont District, missing persons. 9 years back. She led me to a humming microfiche machine in the basement. The fluorescent tube overhead flickered with a rhythm that matched my pulse. I scrolled through months of local headlines, bake sales, school board meetings, noise complaints. Then, there, October 9th, 9 years ago, delivery driver vanishes mid-route. The photograph showed a man about my age, thin face, tired eyes, Marvin Schaefer. My chest tightened. Can you imagine finding your own ghost in the archives? The article stated he'd worked the graveyard shift for the same newspaper depot. Same route I drove now. Disappeared at 4 in the morning. Truck found idling on an empty street, driver's door open, papers scattered across the pavement. No signs of struggle. No body ever recovered. But here's what made my blood go cold. The follow-up article 3 weeks later had a photo of a house being demolished. The address printed beneath, 347 Rosewood Lane. The machine whirred as I zoomed closer. The house in the grainy image looked identical to the one I'd been delivering to. Same porch, same perfect lawn. Same lights blazing in every window despite the demolition crew standing in the yard. How could they tear down something that hadn't existed yet? I printed the article. The paper came out warm, but when I touched the image of that house, the ink felt ice cold under my fingertips. The final piece was buried in the police report summary. An interview with Marvin's wife, dated 2 days before he vanished. He kept saying the route was wrong, she told investigators. That it was building something, taking pieces of him every night. He couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, he said. He said it was building something with his memories. Then he never came home. I sat there in the basement, fluorescent light buzzing, that cold printout trembling in my hands. Marvin had driven my route, seen what I was seeing, and whatever lived at house 347 had finished with him, which meant tonight when I went back. They both exist at the same time now. I stand in the middle of the street at 4:07 in the morning, and reality has split down the center. To my left, house 347 glows like a beacon, every window blazing, porch light warm and inviting, the lawn impossibly green even in darkness. To my right, 3 miles across town, but somehow right here, my apartment building sags against the pre-dawn sky. Windows dark, bricks crumbling. The stairwell railing I've gripped for 9 years now rusted through. The air between them smells wrong, copper and static. I can't move, can't choose. My lungs pull in breath, and I hear it echoed back to me. The front door of house 347 opens. He steps out onto the porch, me, but not me, soaking wet. hair plastered to his skull. Water drips from his fingertips, pooling on the welcome mat. His chest rises and falls in perfect synchronization with mine. When I hold my breath, so does he. When I exhale, so does he. His mouth doesn't move, but I feel the words forming in my own throat. Come home. Behind me, impossibly behind me because I'm facing both directions at once. A door creaks open at the apartment. Warm light spills down the stairs. The scent of coffee drifts out. Rich, sweet, real. A woman's voice calls softly from inside, "Honey, aren't you coming to bed? I have never been married." The duplicate takes one step forward, water streaming from his clothes. His eyes are the color of drowned things. What would you do if you knew one door led to forgetting and the other to becoming something else? My hand reaches forward, and I still don't know which door I'm reaching for when everything goes white. Warmth surrounds me when I open my eyes. Sunlight filters through cream-colored curtains, the kind I've never owned. The sheets smell like lavender detergent. A woman leans over me, auburn hair, smile lines framing her mouth, and presses her lips to my forehead. "Morning, sweetheart," she says. I don't know her name. My mouth opens anyway. "Morning." She pads toward the doorway, humming something familiar. The smell of coffee drifts up from downstairs, rich and dark. My body sits up, swings legs over the side of the bed, stands. I'm not telling it to do these things, but it feels right, natural, like I've done this 1,000 mornings before. The shower runs hot. Steam clouds the mirror. I don't look at my reflection. Downstairs, she set out breakfast, scrambled eggs, toast with butter melting into golden pools. I taste nothing. My jaw chews. My throat swallows. She kisses my cheek as I stand, her hand warm against my shoulder. "Drive safe," she whispers. I want to ask her who she is. I want to scream. My lips smile instead. The front door clicks shut behind me. The driveway stretches ahead, and there my truck. Faded blue paint. Dent in the rear bumper. I've driven it for, how long now? 9 years. The thought arrives fully formed, certain as my own heartbeat. 9 years on the same route. 73 houses. Same dogs barking. Same porch lights. Same empty lot between 345 and 349. Except, it's not empty anymore, is it? My hand reaches for the door handle. The metal is cold beneath my palm, but my fingers don't flinch. I slide into the driver's seat. The newspaper route map is taped to the dashboard, addresses circled in red ink. My handwriting. The key turns in the ignition. I am so tired. Can you imagine? This exhaustion that lives in your bones, that makes every movement feel like wading through water. I've been driving this route since. I can't remember when I started. The engine hums. My foot presses the gas. The truck rolls forward, and I know exactly where it's taking me. 4:07 in the morning. House 347. The paper goes on the porch. The door unlocks. I walk inside. I have always been walking inside. The route continues. It always has. It always will. And somewhere deep in the part of me that still remembers standing between two doors, choosing white light over darkness, or was it darkness over light? I understand. I never left. Dirt filled my mouth when I woke. I spat, tasted grit and iron. The concrete was cold beneath my cheek, rough against my skin. I tried to move, couldn't. Something held me tight around my chest. My harness, clipped to what? I blinked into darkness, vision swimming. The carabiner was locked to a safety ring bolted into the turbine foundation. When had I done that? I couldn't remember clipping in. Couldn't remember lying down. The wind howled across the Iowa flatland, cutting through my work jacket like it wasn't even there. 2 a.m. cold, October cold, the kind that makes your bones ache. I sat up slowly. My hands, oh God, my hands were shaking. Not from the cold, from something else. Something that sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and wrong. I looked down at my palms. They were pale in the darkness, trembling so hard I had to clench them into fists. The wind turbine loomed above me. Turbine 7. White paint glowing faint in the moonlight, tower stretching 200 feet into the black sky. The blades weren't turning. Silent, still. And then I remembered falling. The memory hit me like a fist. My boots slipping on the platform edge. The rail too far away. My fingers grasping at empty air. The ground rushing up, not down, because when you fall everything inverts, and the impact that should have, my radio crackled, static hiss, then a voice. Nina's voice, my supervisor, tinny and distant through the speaker clipped to my shoulder. Owen, we need you at Turbine 7. Emergency repair. Generators offline. Winds picking up. Can you get up there tonight? Tonight. I stared at the radio. My throat was dry. I tried to speak, but nothing came out at first, just a croak. I swallowed and tried again. I'm already here. Static. Long, hissing silence. Copy that, Nina said finally. Get it done. We're bleeding money every hour that turbine's down. The radio went dead. I looked up at the tower again. The ladder rungs disappeared into shadow, climbing and climbing until they vanished into the nacelle platform at the top. The generator room. The place where I'd spent 1,000 shifts doing maintenance, tightening bolts, checking oil levels, running diagnostics. The place I'd fallen from. But I hadn't fallen, had I? I was here, alive, breathing. My chest rose and fell, lungs pulling in the night air that smelled like machine oil and distant rain. Can you imagine waking up like this? Not knowing if you're alive or dead or stuck somewhere in between. The wind shifted, and I swear it sounded like breathing. Not the normal whistle through the turbine blades. Not the moan of air moving across the plains. This was different. Rhythmic, deliberate, in and out, like lungs filling and emptying. Like something massive and patient waiting for me at the top of that ladder. Every instinct screamed at me to unclip the harness, walk to my truck, drive away from this place and never look back. But I couldn't. You have to understand, I've never left a job unfinished in my life. Never walked away from a repair half done. It's not who I am. Sarah used to say it would kill me someday, this obsession with completing every task, crossing every item off the list. Turbine 7 needed fixing. Nina was waiting. The job wasn't done. My fingers moved to the carabiner. Muscle memory. I unclipped from the foundation ring and stood on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The harness hung heavy on my shoulders, straps digging into my ribs. The tower door stood open, just a crack. I didn't remember opening it. Inside, the ladder waited. 200 feet of narrow metal rungs disappearing up into the dark throat of the turbine shaft. I'd climbed it 1,000 times, knew every handhold, every place where the paint had worn smooth from workers' gloves. I reached for the first rung. The metal was ice cold against my palm. My hand was still shaking, still wrong. What would you do? If every cell in your body screamed danger but your mind said climb. I stepped onto the ladder. The wind's breathing followed me into the shaft. The hatch should have closed behind me, spring-loaded, automatic. But when I glanced down, it remained open. A rectangle of lesser darkness against the black, and something else. Something that made my grip tighten on the rungs until my knuckles went white. There were marks on the ladder, scuff marks, boot prints in the dust coating the metal, fresh prints. Going up, I was alone on shift tonight. I was always alone for the overnight emergency calls. That's why they called me. Owen Trace, the guy who'd climb in any weather, fix anything, never complain about the isolation or the hours. So whose boots had left those marks? The ladder groaned under my weight. Or maybe it was the tower itself, metal expanding and contracting in the cold. 200 feet of steel shifting infinitesimally, singing its quiet song. I climbed. One rung, another. The shaft walls pressed close on all sides, barely wider than my shoulders. My breath echoed. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Somewhere above, in the nacelle at the top of this ladder, something was waiting. I didn't know what, but I was going to find out. The rungs bite into my palms. Cold. Each one clangs under my boots like a countdown I don't want to finish. The wind screams past the ladder shaft, and I press my body against the metal, trying not to think about the 200 feet of empty air behind me. Climb, that's all, just climb. My breath fogs in the narrow shaft. The radio crackles at my hip, static, then silence. I keep moving. One rung, another. My arms shake. But I've always been good at finishing what I start. The nacelle hatch groans open under my weight. Inside, the generator room is smaller than I remember. Cramped. The smell hits me first. Stale air, metal tang, something lived in. And there, against the wall, a sleeping bag, unrolled. Water bottles lined up like soldiers. A spiral notebook resting on top. I crouch beside it. My knees protest. The handwriting inside is mine. Oh God, can you imagine that? Seeing your own words in a book you've never written. The dates stretch back 4 months. Daily entries, observations, routines, wind speeds, repair logs, all in my writing, getting shakier as the pages turn. The last entry is tonight's date. Tonight I climb turbine 7. My pulse hammers in my ears. I flip backward through the pages. Every single one mentions this moment, climbing, finding the notebook, reading these exact words. Over and over. The same sentences repeating like a prayer I never learned. Therefore, I've been here before. Below me the hatch slams shut. The sound echoes up through the floor, metal on metal. Final, then, footsteps on the ladder, slow, methodical. Climbing toward me. Someone else is coming up. I grabbed the radio. My thumb found the transmit button before my brain caught up. Nina, this is Owen at turbine 7. Do you copy? Static hissed back at me. That white noise crackle that sounds almost like voices if you listen long enough. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. The footsteps on the ladder grew louder, methodical, one rung at a time. Nina, please, I need... Nothing. I switched channels. Vince, you there? The static didn't change. Same lifeless hiss, same emptiness bleeding through the speaker. My hand tightened around the radio until the plastic casing creaked. Have you ever called for help and realized no one's listening? That the void doesn't even bother to answer? Anyone, please. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, listened. The wind outside screamed through the turbine blades, but inside the nacelle, silence. Whoever had been climbing, whatever had been climbing, was gone. Or waiting. I stayed pressed against the cold metal wall until my legs cramped. Until the darkness outside the narrow window began to thin. Dawn crept across the Iowa plains in shades of gray and rust, and I finally moved to look outside. The wind farm stretched empty beneath me. 50 turbines stood in perfect grid formation across the flatland, their blades turning slow and synchronized. But no trucks moved between them. No workers, no lights in the distant office trailer. The parking lot sat 200 feet below. Gravel, oil stains. My truck was gone. I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed harsh against my face, and the numbers there made my stomach drop. 2:03 a.m. The same time I'd woken at the turbine base. The same time on every page of that notebook. My phone had been showing 2 a.m. for how long? Hours. I'd watched the sun rise, but the clock, it had never moved forward at all. I had to get out. The ladder rungs bit cold through my gloves as I descended, 200 feet of vertical metal trembling with every gust. Each handhold echoed up the shaft, a hollow, rhythmic clanging that made my teeth ache. The wind howled outside the tower, but inside I could hear my own breathing bouncing off steel walls. Down, just keep going down. My boots found the rhythm, hand, foot, hand, foot. The darkness below felt safer than the nacelle above with its impossible notebook and frozen clocks. Whatever was happening up there, I needed ground beneath me, solid earth, real. Then I heard it, footsteps climbing up. I froze, one hand locked on a rung, vertigo pulling at my gut. The sound grew louder, steady, mechanical, exhausted. Someone was ascending toward me through the shaft. "Hello," my voice cracked. "Vince, Nina." No answer, just the footsteps. Closer now. The beam of a headlamp cut through the darkness below. I squinted against the glare, trying to see past it. A figure emerged from the shadows, climbing with the slow determination of someone who'd made this journey 1,000 times. The light hit his face. My face. What would you do? Would you scream? Run? I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked. Wrong, hollow-eyed, skin too pale, like something drained of color. His work jacket hung loose on his frame. My frame. And his hands gripped the rungs with a tremor I recognized from my own exhausted nights. He climbed past me without a word, without even a glance, his breath coming in shallow gasps that didn't match the rhythm of his movements. Too fast. He was breathing too fast for someone climbing so slowly. I pressed myself against the ladder, metal biting into my ribs. He continued up toward the nacelle. I followed. What else could I do? The questions burned hotter than my fear. Inside the nacelle, he moved straight to the notebook, flipped it open with shaking hands, and began to write. I crept closer, reading over his shoulder in the dim glow of his headlamp. The words appeared in my handwriting. I saw myself today. He paused, pen hovering. I am not alone in the loop. I stepped back from the duplicate, the cold metal wall biting through my shirt. The figure kept writing, pen scratching paper in steady rhythm, not acknowledging me at all. My breath came shallow, fast. The nacelle air smelled wrong, metallic and stale, like old copper. Then I heard it, another set of footsteps on the ladder below. The hatch groaned open. Someone else climbed into the cramped space, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. He wore my face, my work jacket, but his eyes, hollow, empty. He moved to the far corner, sank down against the wall, and went still, catatonic, staring at nothing. I pressed myself tighter against the generator housing. Hey, hey, can you? He didn't blink. The wind outside howled, and the whole nacelle vibrated with a low-frequency hum that rattled my teeth. I could feel it in my chest, that awful thrumming like the turbine itself was breathing. More footsteps. A third version of me appeared through the hatch, frantic energy radiating off him. He went straight to the equipment panel, fingers flying over switches and gauges. Checking, rechecking. His lips moved silently, counting something I couldn't hear. Sweat darkened his collar despite the freezing air. Then a fourth. This one climbed onto the exterior platform. I watched through the small window as he stood at the railing, 200 feet above the ground, and stared down into the darkness. Just standing there. The wind whipped his hair. He didn't move. None of them looked at me. How many times have I climbed this tower? How many versions of myself are trapped here, repeating the same motions, unaware of each other? Or worse, fully aware. Can you imagine waking up and discovering you're not even the first copy? My hands trembled. I counted them again. One writing, one catatonic, one checking equipment, one outside, 4 of me. But the hatch was opening again. I couldn't stay. Not with 5 versions of myself crowding the nacelle, not with the hatch opening again below. I grabbed the ladder and descended into the gray light of dawn. The rungs were cold, ice cold though it wasn't winter. My palms stuck to the metal as I climbed down, and the wind howled through the lattice framework of the tower like something trying to get in. Or out. 200 feet is a long way to descend when you're shaking. Each step echoed up and down the shaft. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. At 100 feet I paused. My hands ached. Below, the concrete pad at the turbine base materialized through the grayness. The parking lot beyond sat empty. No trucks, no other workers, just endless flatland stretching to the horizon. 50 feet, 20, 10. My boots hit concrete. I stepped away from the ladder and looked around, searching for what? Evidence. Answers, some proof that I wasn't losing my mind. That's when I saw it. The stain on the concrete, dark, rust brown, too large to be oil. It pooled near the tower base, spattered in a pattern I recognized from safety videos. Impact spray. Blood next to it. Oh God. Next to it sat a cracked safety helmet. Yellow. My company's logo on the side, and beside that a single work glove, palm up, fingers curled. I crouched down, my knees wouldn't hold me. The glove, the memory surfaced like something drowning coming up for air. 4 months ago. The dispatch call crackling through my radio at 2 in the morning. Emergency repair, turbine 7, generator fault. I remembered climbing, exhausted from a double shift, Nina's voice urging me to hurry before the system failed completely. I remembered the nacelle hatch, the tools scattered, the loose bolt on the generator housing that I reached for without clipping my safety line first. Just 1 second, one careless second, the bolt turned. The platform edge was closer than I thought. My boot slipped on the grated metal. I grabbed for the railing, missed. The wind screamed past my ears. 200 feet. The ground rushed up and I couldn't even scream because the air ripped the sound from my throat. The impact, I never felt the impact. Can you imagine that? Remembering your own death, I stared at the blood, at the helmet, at the glove that still bore the outline of my hand. I never survived the fall. Above me, metal groaned. I looked up at Turbine 7 and there, standing at the edge of the nacelle platform 200 feet above, was another version of myself, staring down at the exact spot where I knelt. The world blinked. One moment I stood staring at my own blood dried into concrete. The next, darkness folded in on itself. My stomach lurched sideways. When vision returned, the stains were gone. Fresh gravel, clean concrete. The helmet and glove vanished. 2 a.m. again. I stumbled backward, tasting copper on my tongue. The wind carried that wrong smell, ozone mixed with rust. Around me, shadows moved. I wasn't alone anymore. They emerged from between the turbines. 5, 6, 7 versions of myself, all converging on Turbine 7's base. Hollow-eyed, silent, some limped. Others moved with mechanical precision. None looked at each other. We formed a half circle around the tower, waiting. For what? Then I heard it. Footsteps on gravel. A truck door slamming in the distance. He came around Turbine 6, work bag slung over one shoulder. Yellow hard hat, clean coveralls. His face, oh God, his face. No exhaustion carved into the lines. No terror haunting the eyes. He looked alive in a way I'd forgotten was possible. The original me, 4 months ago. I opened my mouth to scream a warning, but nothing emerged. Not a whisper, not a breath. My throat worked uselessly, producing only silence. I lunged forward. The other versions remained still, watching with dead expressions. He didn't see us, didn't hear my soundless screaming. He checked his radio, muttered something about the emergency repair, and gripped the ladder. Started climbing. No, 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 no. I followed, my boots clanging on rungs he'd touched seconds before. Below, the other versions began their own ascent, a procession of ghosts climbing toward inevitability. The wind howled through the shaft, but I could hear his breathing above me. Steady, confident, alive. The 200-foot climb passed in agonized silence. At the top, the hatch swung open. He pulled himself into the nacelle. I followed. The generator hummed. Tools lay scattered. And there, on the primary mount, the loose bolt gleamed in his flashlight beam. He reached for it. I lunged forward, hand outstretched toward my own wrist. My fingers passed through flesh like smoke through wire mesh. No resistance. No contact, just the cold absence of matter where my hand should have gripped solid bone and tendon. The other me, the living me, didn't flinch, didn't register my presence at all. He was focused on the generator housing, eyes tracking the loose bolt that had vibrated free from its mounting bracket. I watched his face, my face, calculate the risk. Saw the familiar frown of concentration, the way his jaw set when he'd already decided to do something reckless. Don't touch it, I tried to say. The words formed in my throat but died before reaching my lips. No sound emerged, not even breath. I was a ghost haunting my own last moments. The wind howled through the nacelle vents, carrying the sharp smell of turbine grease and ozone. Behind me, the other versions stood in their silent vigil, hollow-eyed witnesses to a tragedy they'd each lived and died through. How many times had they tried what I was trying now? How many desperate, futile attempts to change what couldn't be changed? My living self reached for the bolt. I threw my body between him and the generator housing, passed straight through, tried to knock the wrench from his hand. My fingers slipped through metal like it was made of fog. I grabbed for his shoulders, his arms, his tool belt. Nothing. I couldn't touch the physical world any more than a reflection could reach out from a mirror. What would you do if you could see yourself walking toward death but couldn't make a sound, couldn't move a single object, couldn't change anything at all? The bolt came free in his hand. The vibration hit immediately. The housing lurched sideways, throwing him off balance. His boots scraped metal. I heard the screech, felt the echo of panic that must have flooded his veins in that instant. He grabbed for the safety rail. Missed. His body tilted backward. Legs kicked empty air. The wrench tumbled from his fingers, clattering against the platform grating. Time stretched and compressed simultaneously, the way it does in nightmares when you're falling and can't wake up. He dropped through the open hatchway. The impact, oh, God. I felt it in my own chest. Not a memory, not an echo. The actual sensation of concrete slamming into ribs, vertebrae compressing, skull fracturing against the turbine base 200 feet below. Every bone breaking in sympathetic harmony across whatever thin membrane separated my existence from his. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. The nacelle spun around me. The other versions remained motionless, watching with expressions I finally understood. Not indifference, exhaustion. The world dissolved into static. I woke at the base of Turbine 7, dirt filling my mouth, harness clipped tight around my chest. The taste of soil and copper. My radio crackled to life with Nina's voice issuing the same emergency repair order. 2 a.m. again. Always. I pushed myself upright, spitting grit from between my teeth. Looked up at the tower rising into darkness. The wind sounded like breathing through broken lungs. But this time, something felt different. This time, I could still feel the phantom warmth of where my hand had passed through my own wrist. And beneath the static on the radio, buried under Nina's voice, I heard another sound. Footsteps, coming from inside Turbine 7, descending. Someone was already up there, waiting for me to climb. I push up from the concrete, but I'm also still falling. My stomach lurches, 200 feet of empty air rushing past, wind screaming in my ears. At the same time, my knees grind into gravel. Dirt crusts my tongue. I taste copper. Blood, my blood. The harness digs into my ribs, or maybe it doesn't exist at all. I can't tell anymore. I blink. And the sky flickers. Night, day, night. The turbines strobe between shadow and blazing sunlight. My hand presses against cold concrete, but phantom warmth bleeds through from somewhere else, some other wind. The footsteps I heard descending. They're ascending now, or always were. Time folds in on itself like wet paper. I stand, I climb. I fall, all at once. My boot finds the first rung inside turbine 7. The metal hum vibrates through my bones, but it's layered. Dozens of identical vibrations stacked atop each other, slightly out of sync. I hear my own breathing echo down the shaft, except it's not an echo. It's me climbing below me, above me, beside me in moments that haven't happened yet or already passed. The hatch opens. I'm in the nacelle. Oh, God, they're everywhere. Versions of myself fill every inch of space, overlapping like double-exposed photographs. Some crouch in corners, others claw at the walls. One stands at the platform edge, teetering. Their mouths stretch wide, screaming, but no sound emerges. Just the hollow whistle of wind through broken teeth. I try to speak. My jaw moves. Nothing. We are all screaming silently. The sleeping bag materializes and vanishes. The notebook flips open, pages covered in handwriting that shifts between ink and blood. My handwriting, except whose hand actually wrote it? Which version of me? Which loop? I can't remember falling anymore, or maybe I never stopped. I stop screaming. The other versions of me, they flicker, fade, dissolve into the cold metal walls. My breath steadies. The nacelle smells like oil and rust and something older, time itself maybe gone stale. I can feel the floor beneath my boots again, solid, real enough. I tried fighting this for so long, tried understanding it, tried escaping. But what would you do when the only way forward is to stop running backward? I kneel beside the sleeping bag and smooth out the wrinkles. My hands remember the motions. I line up the water bottles against the wall, labels facing out, the way I always did during maintenance shifts. The notebook sits open, pages covered in my handwriting, frantic at first, then measured, then accepting. I pick up the pen. Daily observations I write, schedules, routines. The words flow easier now. No panic. No questions I cannot answer, just the work, the task. Unfinished things demand completion, and this is what remains. Therefore, I stay. The wind howls outside, but it does not sound like breathing anymore, just wind. The nacelle hums with the turbine's rotation, a lullaby of grinding gears and spinning blades. I cap the pen, set it down beside the notebook. Below me, a metallic clang echoes up the shaft. The hatch, footsteps on the ladder, slow, exhausted. Climbing, I stand, smooth my jacket. My hands are steady now, strange how calm feels heavier than fear. I face the entry point and wait. Someone is coming. Someone who needs to see that he is not alone. The loop continues, and I am finally home. Something speaks through welded steel. 4:32 in the morning. I'm standing in Section D corridor, dosimeter clipped to my belt, and it's clicking, faster than it should. The door in front of me is sealed, thick steel, crude welds running like scars across the seams. Warning placards faded to ghosts of themselves. The voice comes again, rough, wet, like something speaking through damaged vocal cords. Don't open it. My hand hovers near the handle. There is no handle, just metal, solid. Please, the voice rasps. Don't. Can you imagine standing there, listening to the impossible? I pressed my palm against the cold steel, felt the faint vibration of what? Ventilation. Something deeper. My mind raced back to 6 hours earlier when none of this made sense yet. 10:47 p.m. I'd clocked in for another overnight shift at Hanford Ridge, coffee in hand. the taste already going stale on my tongue. Eastern Washington stretched dark and empty outside, but I never saw it from the control room. No windows, just banks of aging monitors casting blue light across my station. The building hummed its usual mechanical lullaby, cooling tower temperatures, radiation levels, system diagnostics scrolling past in endless rows, routine. I'd done this job for 2 months. Easiest money I'd ever made. Sit alone. Watch screens. Log readings every hour. The insomnia that ruined my marriage made me perfect for it. Rebecca used to say I loved problems more than people. Maybe she was right, but that night, something felt different. Wrong. The air smelled faintly of ozone, sharp and electric, though all readings showed normal. And Section D, a section I'd never been told to monitor, kept drawing my attention to its dormant indicator light. What I didn't know yet was that light wouldn't stay dark much longer. I forced my attention back to the monitors. Temperature readings for cooling Tower 3, pressure valves, the ordinary rhythm of a night that would end at 6 a.m. with nothing in the incident log. The ozone smell faded after 20 minutes, and I convinced myself it was the ventilation system. Nothing more. My coffee went cold in the styrofoam cup. I didn't taste it when I drank. At 1:14 a.m., the alarm tore through the silence. Not the general radiation alert. This one came from a specific sector, a piercing mechanical shriek that made my teeth ache. The control panel lit up red. Section D, radiation spike, 0.7 millisieverts and climbing. My hands moved before my brain caught up, pulling up the sector logs on screen 3. The blue glow reflected off my face as I scrolled through decades of entries. March 1991 was the last notation. Contamination incident. Permanent seal authorized. No entry permitted. 33 years. Sealed. Welded shut according to the notes. I switched to the camera feed, fingers slipping on the keys. Section D corridor filled the monitor. That long fluorescent hallway I'd walked past 100 times without thinking. The steel door sat at the end, exactly as it always had, undisturbed. The welding seams were visible even on the grainy footage, thick and crude. Nothing moved. Nothing could move. But the radiation reading kept climbing. Can you imagine sitting there, watching impossible numbers rise while the camera shows you nothing's wrong? I checked the dosimeter on my belt. Normal, the spike was localized, contained, inside a sealed room. At 1:22 a.m. the alarm stopped, just stopped. The readings dropped to baseline within seconds, as if someone had flipped a switch. I logged it as equipment malfunction, typed the words with steady hands. The keyboard was warm under my fingers, warmer than it should have been. And in the sudden silence I heard it, a sound from down the corridor, metal groaning, once, then nothing. I'd rewound the archive to March. Third night back and I couldn't leave it alone. The groaning from Section D had faded by dawn 2 shifts ago, but the timestamp in the alarm log kept pulling me back. 1:14 a.m. Equipment malfunction. That's what I'd written. I scrolled through weeks of footage, the monitor's glow washing my hands blue. The hum of the ventilation system filled the gaps between my breathing. Stale coffee smell hung in the air, mixed with something metallic I couldn't place. March 5th, 4:17 a.m. The Section D camera flickered, and the door opened. I stopped, rewound, watched again. The welded steel peeled back like foil. A figure in a radiation suit stepped through, walked to my console, the same desk where I sat now, and began working. 8 minutes. I checked the timestamp. At 4:25 a.m. the figure stood, returned to Section D, and the door sealed behind it. My throat tightened. March 12th, 4:17 a.m. Same thing. March 19th, 4:17 a.m. Identical, every 7 days, for months. Always the same timestamp, the same 8-minute window, the same mechanical movements. I cross-referenced the dates against maintenance logs. No one had reported anything. No alarms in the records except I pulled up recent files. My alarm from 2 nights ago, 1:14 a.m. Wrong time, different pattern. I checked tonight's date, March 26th, 7 days since the last occurrence. 4:16 a.m. now. Can you imagine sitting there knowing what you're about to see? Knowing you should walk away, call someone, do anything but watch. I pulled up the live feed. Split screen. Section D corridor on the left, my empty chair on the right, captured by the control room camera behind me. 1 minute. The temperature dropped. I felt it on the back of my neck, cold and wrong for a climate-controlled facility. The ventilation hummed louder, or maybe that was blood rushing in my ears. 4:17 a.m. The door opened, not on the recording, in real time. Steel peeling back in utter silence while my monitor showed it still sealed. The figure emerged, but, oh, something was wrong with the way it moved. Too smooth. Each step identical to the last, like frames repeating in a loop. It walked past the camera and I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't turn around. The keyboard began clicking. On the monitor showing my station, I watched gloved hands typing at my console. The same desk where my own hands rested, trembling now. I could hear each keystroke echoing in the empty room, but when I glanced down, the keys weren't moving. The figure typed for 8 minutes. I counted every second. At 4:25 a.m., the clicking stopped. On screen, the figure stood, turned, walked back toward Section D. I heard the footsteps passing behind my chair, felt the displacement of air, smelled ozone and something else. Something like burnt copper and decay. The door sealed. My dosimeter hadn't made a sound. I finally looked down at my keyboard. The keys were warm. And there on my screen, a new entry in the containment log I hadn't written. Observation confirmed. Saturation increasing. But what terrified me most was the timestamp on the entry. It was dated 7 days from now. I couldn't look away from the screen. The log entry glowed in the darkness, time-stamped 7 days ahead. My hands were still on the keyboard, but I hadn't typed those words. The ventilation system hummed its endless rhythm overhead, indifferent to the impossible. I needed answers. The incident database sat buried in the system architecture, 4 layers deep in archived personnel files. Most operators never accessed it. Why would they? We monitored temperatures, logged readings, went home. But I'd always been the type to dig. Rebecca used to say it was compulsion, not curiosity, that I couldn't let anything rest. She was right. My fingers clicked across keys, each tap sharp in the silence. Section D incident reports, Query, all entries since facility commissioning. The search bar blinked, waited, then flooded with results. 5 names. 5 overnight operators, all dead. I felt the cold air from the ceiling vent wash over my neck as I opened the first file. Michael Torres, March 2003. Cause of death, acute radiation syndrome. The next line stopped my breath. Body discovered inside Section D during routine inspection. Inside. But Section D had been sealed since 1991. The welding was visible on every camera angle crude, thick beams across the frame. No one could enter. I'd checked the door myself on previous shifts, running my fingers along those rough metal seams just to confirm what the cameras showed. I pulled up the next file. Sarah Chen, October 2007. Same cause. Same impossible location. Then Gregory Penske, 1998. David Ochoa, 2015. Jennifer Marlowe, 2023. Can you imagine finding that pattern? 5 people spanning 30 years, all dying the exact same way in a room no one could access. My coffee had gone cold in its stained mug. I didn't remember when I'd last sipped it. The screen's blue glow painted shadows across my hands as I scrolled deeper, searching for the origin point. There had to be something earlier, some incident that explained why Section D was sealed in the first place. The file loaded slowly, as if the system itself hesitated to show me. March 14, 1991. Emergency Containment Protocol. Catastrophic coolant breach. And there, buried in the personnel casualty section, a name that made my dosimeter feel suddenly heavier on my belt. Dennis Kavar, technician, age 41, status, sealed during emergency response. The clinical language couldn't hide what that meant. They'd welded the door, with him inside. Lethal radiation exposure, the report confirmed. Extraction deemed impossible due to contamination levels. Time of containment, 4:17 a.m. 4:17. The exact timestamp of every alarm, every manifestation, every impossible door opening I'd watched on the archived footage. My hands were shaking now. I scrolled through Kavar's file, and the details emerged like something surfacing from deep water. He'd been conscious during the welding. Radio contact maintained for, oh God, 40 minutes after the seal. The logs included fragments of transmission, his voice degrading as the radiation cooked him from the inside. They'd listened to him die. I thought of the figure I'd seen, mechanical, precise, working at the console for exactly 8 minutes before vanishing. Was that him? Still working his shift, 3 decades later, unaware he was already dead. The break room's vending machine hummed suddenly to life behind me, its compressor clicking on. I jumped, heart hammering. Just machinery, just the facility's endless background noise. But when I turned back to the screen, a new detail caught my eye. Kavar's personnel photo stared out from the file. A man with tired eyes and a slight smile. Someone who looked like he belonged on a night shift. Someone like me. And beneath the photo, a notation I'd missed before. Psychological profile flagged for obsessive tendencies and pattern recognition fixation. Rebecca's voice echoed in my memory. You can't let anything go, Keith. You'll chase it until it destroys you. The archive folder contained one more document, audio file, Kavar's final transmission, time-stamped 4:24 a.m., March 14, 1991. My cursor hovered over the play button. I knew I shouldn't listen. Knew that whatever obsession had killed 5 operators before me was already wrapping around my thoughts like wire. But my finger was already moving, already clicking, because that's what I do, that's what I've always done. The speaker crackled with static, and then I heard it. A voice, rough, damaged, barely human anymore. And I realized with ice flooding my veins that I'd heard that voice before, just hours ago, warning me through the welded door, which meant whatever was happening in Section D hadn't started tonight. It had been waiting for me all along. I found Hank Bergstrom's number in the archived personnel files, scrawled in pencil beside a retirement date from 2012. My hand shook as I dialed. 3:42 a.m. Too late to call anyone. I called anyway. He answered on the first ring. "You're calling about Section D." His voice crackled with static I couldn't explain. My phone was digital. "Night shift operator, am I right? How did you? Because they always call." He exhaled, long and rattling. "What's your name?" "Keith Randall." "Keith." A pause. "Request a transfer tomorrow. Don't ask questions, just do it. I need to know what happened to Dennis Kavar." The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. Then, "We welded him inside while he screamed." My coffee turned cold against my palm. "Reactor went critical at 4:17 a.m. Cooling system failed. Someone had to manually override the failsafe from inside Section D." Hank's breathing grew uneven. "Dennis," he volunteered, went in, stabilized it. "Saved 200 lives, but the contamination, we couldn't open the door. Protocol. 1 life or 200. I tasted bile. "We welded it shut while he begged us not to. Took 8 minutes to seal it properly. He was still conscious." Hank's voice cracked. "Still talking to us over the radio. 40 minutes, Keith. 40 minutes before he went silent. 4:25 a.m. The ventilation hummed above me, too loud, too regular. 5 operators since then," Hank whispered. "Every single one started like you, curious, obsessive, couldn't leave it alone. Found them all inside Section D with radiation burns, door still sealed. That's impossible." That's what they all said. I should have hung up. Should have walked to my supervisor's office right then. Instead, I asked, "What did they see?" "Whatever it was," Hank's voice dissolved into static, "they followed it inside." The monitor behind me flickered. 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until the door opened. The phone clattered from my hand at 4:17 a.m. On the monitor, the Section D door swung open. Smooth. Silent. The figure emerged in its radiation suit, moving with that mechanical precision I'd watched for 3 nights. It turned toward the camera, visor reflecting fluorescent light, then disappeared from frame. I stood. My chair scraped against linoleum. This time I'd see it myself, confirm it was real, that I wasn't losing my mind like Rebecca always said I would. The corridor stretched ahead, bathed in that sick fluorescent glow. My footsteps echoed too loud against concrete. The ventilation system hummed its constant note, but underneath, was that another sound? Metal groaning? I couldn't tell anymore. Section D's door waited at the corridor's end. 30 feet, 20, 10. I reached out, palm meeting cold steel. The welded seams felt crude under my fingertips, thick ridges of metal fused 33 years ago while a man screamed on the other side. The door was sealed, completely sealed. No hinges that could move, no mechanism that could turn. Yet on the monitor I'd watched it open. My dosimeter hung silent at my hip. No radiation, no breach. The air smelled wrong, metallic, sharp, like ozone after lightning strikes. Something made me turn. Down the corridor, through the control room window, I could see my station. The monitors glowed, and there, in my chair, the figure sat hunched over my keyboard, working my console. Its suited back blocked the screens, but I watched its helmet tilt as if reading temperature logs I'd written myself. I ran, burst through the control room door, empty, just humming monitors and coffee-stained logbooks. But my keyboard, oh God, when I touched the keys they were warm, still warm from someone else's hands. And on the monitor, Section D's door was sealed again, while behind me something breathed against my neck. I stood before Section D at 4:15, 2 minutes early. My fingers traced the welded seams, cold and rough beneath my touch. The faint ozone smell lingered in the corridor, had lingered since I'd first walked this hall nights ago. Or had I only noticed it now? "I know you're in there," I said to the steel. My voice sounded small, foolish. What would you do? Speak to a sealed door in an empty facility at 4 in the morning? But the warmth of my keyboard still haunted my fingertips. Something had touched what I'd touched. Silence answered. The ventilation hummed overhead. Then, 4:17 exactly, the typing started, keys clicking, methodical, precise. The sound came through 6 inches of steel, through welded seams that hadn't moved in 33 years. Impossible. But I heard it. Each keystroke distinct, deliberate. I knocked 3 times. Sharp raps that sent vibration up my knuckles. The typing stopped. "Don't." The voice scraped through the door like metal on bone, rough, damaged, as if the throat producing it had been ruined by screaming. "Don't watch anymore." My breath caught. "Who? You're in the loop now," the voice rasped. "Hallucination, contamination, 5 others. They came looking, opened the door, found nothing but radiation." "The operators," I whispered. "The 5 who died, seeking truth." A wet, rattling sound, laughter or sobbing, I couldn't tell. "Please, stop watching. Every time you see, it gets stronger." I pressed my palm flat against the cold steel. "Why does it happen?" Silence stretched. Then, quieter, desperate. "Because you keep asking that question." The corridor lights flickered once, and behind me I heard my console keyboard begin to type, the keys depressed under invisible fingers. Click, click, click. I jerked back from my console, but the typing continued, steady, methodical. The screen filled with radiation exposure logs, my logs, data I'd never accessed. "Stop," I whispered. The voice from Section D crawled through the steel again. "You wanted to understand. Tell me." A sound like breathing through damaged tissue. March 14, 1991, 4:17 a.m. Containment breach. They sealed me. With the source. Particles bonded to consciousness. Observer-dependent decay. The words made no sense, and yet, every technician who watches strengthens the entanglement. You see me because I need to be seen, The observation itself completes the reaction. My hands trembled. The typing stopped. I fled to the archive terminal, pulling research papers buried in classified folders. Quantum entanglement. Schrödinger's observation collapse. Radiation-induced coherent states. The theory was there. Fringe physics from the 80s. Experiments abandoned because the math suggested consciousness could bind to radioactive decay patterns. If an observer died during exposure, could the observation itself become trapped? I glanced at my dosimeter. 0.03 microsieverts. Yesterday it read 0. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but the pitch was wrong, half a tone too low. That uncanny hum burrowed into my skull. I hadn't entered Section D, hadn't touched the door. But the readings climbed anyway because watching was the contamination. Seeing was the exposure. I should have logged off. Should have walked to my car, driven until the sun rose, requested immediate transfer like Hank begged. Rebecca always said I couldn't let mysteries go, that my compulsions would destroy me. She was right. But can you imagine knowing something impossible is real and choosing to look away? My fingers opened the live camera feed. Section D corridor, 4:16 a.m., 1 minute until manifestation. I leaned closer to the screen and realized I'd already made my choice. 4:13 a.m. I killed the monitors. The break room door locked from inside, single deadbolt, flimsy but real. I dragged the vending machine across the entrance. It scraped linoleum with a sound like grinding teeth. My hands shook as I wedged a chair under the handle. No cameras in here. No screens. Can't watch if there's nothing to see. The room smelled like stale coffee and plastic, familiar and suffocating. I sat on the cold floor back against the wall, dosimeter clipped to my belt. The vending machine hummed its low monotone. My breath came too fast in the stillness. Rebecca used to tell me I couldn't leave things alone, that I'd pull at loose threads until everything unraveled. Maybe if I just stopped looking, broke the pattern. What would you do knowing the watching itself was killing you? Could you resist? 4:15. I counted heartbeats. The ventilation system whispered overhead. My dosimeter stayed quiet. Maybe this would work. 4:17. Somewhere down the corridor, metal groaned. Low, distant. The sound of massive hinges moving. No. Section D was 300 feet away, through 2 security doors. I couldn't possibly hear, but I did. The welded door opening, slow, deliberate. The echo reached me through walls and sealed corridors, impossible and undeniable. My dosimeter clicked, once, twice. Then the light appeared. Orange glow beneath the break room door. Wrong color, too warm. The kind of light that comes from burning isotopes, from contaminated air ionizing. It crept across the floor toward me like liquid. The metal sound came again, closer now, though that made no sense. Groaning, scraping, as if massive steel was moving just outside my thin door. Click, 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 click. My dosimeter accelerated. The sound filled the tiny room. The smell hit next. Burning metal, sharp and chemical. Ozone like lightning striking concrete. And underneath, decay, organic, sweet and wrong. The vending machine lurched backward. Something pushed from the other side. The door swung open. He stood in the doorway. Radiation suit yellowed with age. The visor. Oh God, the visor was fogged from inside, condensation running down like tears. But there was no face behind it. Just darkness, just absence. The figure extended one gloved hand toward me. My dosimeter screamed, a single sustained shriek. The air tasted like copper, like the moment before your skin blisters. And I understood, finally, what the others had learned too late. They found me at dawn. Morning shift said I was lying outside Section D. My dosimeter screaming, maxed out. Burns covered my hands, my face. The kind of exposure that should have killed me. The door behind me stayed sealed, welded solid, untouched for 33 years. I woke 3 days later in a hospital room that reeked of antiseptic and something underneath. Something that smelled like ozone, like burning metal. The doctors asked what happened. I told them I didn't know. And I didn't, still don't. The last thing I remember, sitting in the break room at 4:13. Then nothing. A hole where 2 hours should be. They showed me the burns, the radiation signature. Told me I was lucky. I nodded, didn't feel lucky. Management offered the desk job 6 weeks later after the skin grafts healed. Daytime hours. Climate-controlled office. No monitoring stations. No overnight shifts. I accepted. What else could I do? Can you imagine trying to explain what I half remembered? What I thought I'd seen? They'd already decided. Equipment malfunction, accidental exposure, case closed. I filed reports, attended meetings, went home to an empty apartment every night at 5:30. For 6 months, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Then Martinez started the overnight shift. Young guy, sharp, reminded me of myself before. He came to my office on a Tuesday afternoon, logbook tucked under his arm. Asked if I knew anything about Section D. My coffee went cold in my hands. He'd logged alarms at 4:17 a.m., checked the cameras, seen something that didn't make sense. I opened my mouth to warn him, then stopped, because I understood finally. Hank had warned me. I hadn't listened. Now Martinez stood there, curiosity bright in his eyes, asking questions I'd asked. The pattern didn't break. It just found someone new to carry it forward. Cold metal pressed against my cheek. I jerked awake. My breath fogged white in the air, thick and wrong. The hum, that constant electric hum that filled Save Mart every night. It was muffled here, distant. I pushed myself up. Concrete floor, steel walls, the meat freezer. How did I? A shopping cart stood beside me. Full. Milk, bread, frozen dinners, canned soup. All neatly arranged like someone had carefully selected each item. My hands were numb, fingertips bone white. I don't remember any of this. My phone buzzed in my pocket, the vibration sharp against my thigh. I fumbled it out with stiff fingers. 3:45 a.m. A text notification glowed on the screen. From me sent, 3:33 a.m. The message made my stomach drop. Stop trying to stay awake. I stared at the words. Read them again. The contact name said me. My own number. The freezer door groaned, a deep metallic shriek that shot through my skull. It was closing, slowly, the gap of light from the store narrowing. I grabbed the cart, shoved it forward, but the wheel caught on something and the cold. The cold was pouring off the back wall like water, not the normal freezer cold. This was heavier, older. Behind the hanging beef carcasses, something stood in the corner, No, not something. Someone. I pushed past the frozen meat, the plastic crinkled under my hands, slick and yielding. The smell hit me then. Not rot. Worse, the absence of smell. Sterile, preserved. A body, frozen solid, eyes open, mouth slack, wearing a Save Mart uniform. The name tag read Mitchell Crane, but the face, oh God, the face was mine. 2 weeks before I found myself in that freezer, the night shift felt almost normal. Almost. The fluorescent lights hummed their constant song, a low buzz that burrowed into my skull around hour 3. I worked alone, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., restocking shelves in aisles that stretched longer than they should. The store was empty, always empty. Just me and the hum and the cold air pouring from the refrigerated sections. I'd taken the job because I couldn't sleep anyway. Insomnia had chewed through my life for years, leaving me hollow-eyed and functional. Why waste the dark hours staring at my ceiling when I could get paid to stack cereal boxes? The work was mindless. Scan, stock, repeat. My hands moved on autopilot while my brain drifted somewhere else. That's when the morning crew started complaining. Shay Palmer found the first cart. Tuesday morning, 6:15 a.m., sitting in the middle of aisle 7. Fully loaded. Milk, bread, canned soup, pasta, all neatly arranged. No receipt, no customer. "You see anyone?" she asked me, her voice friendly but careful. "No one comes in at night," she nodded slowly. Weird. Wednesday, another cart. Thursday, 2 more. The inventory reports showed the missing items. Scanned, paid for. But the registers stayed dark all night and I never saw a soul. Gary Hoffman called me into his office Friday morning, his face pale under the flickering break room lights. "Jordan." He didn't meet my eyes. "We need to talk about the discrepancies." "I don't know what's happening," I said. And I didn't, did I? "I'm pulling the security footage." His fingers drummed against the desk, tap, tap, tap. From 3:30 a.m. onwards, every night this week. My stomach tightened. "I've been awake the whole time." "Have you?" The question hung between us like smoke, because honestly, could I say for certain I hadn't closed my eyes, not even for a moment? Gary's office smelled like burnt coffee and sweat. He pulled up the footage without looking at me. His hand shook on the mouse. The click echoed too loud in the cramped space. "Tuesday night," he muttered. 3:30 a.m. The screen flickered. Black and white grain showed aisle 7, cereal boxes casting long shadows under fluorescent lights. Empty. Silent. The timestamp blinked in the corner, 3:33 and 0 seconds. Then I walked into frame. My stomach dropped. You know that feeling when you see yourself in a photo you don't remember taking? This was worse. So much worse. I watched myself. Move, not the way I move. Too smooth, too purposeful. The one on screen, reached for a box of pasta, placed it in the cart, moved to the next aisle. That's not. "Keep watching," Gary said. The figure on screen, me but not me, filled the cart methodically. Soup, bread, milk. The exact items Shay had found. At 3:39 a.m., I watched myself scan each item at register 3. The beeps were silent on the footage, but I could imagine them cutting through the empty store. Then I restocked the shelves. Every single item, back where it belonged. At 3:45 a.m., the figure walked off camera toward the stockroom. Gary paused the video. You told me you were organizing inventory Tuesday night, 3:30 to 4 a.m. I had been. I remembered sorting boxes, counting soap. My hands were steady then, not like now, trembling, slick with cold sweat. I wasn't, the words caught in my throat. But the timestamp didn't lie. While I thought I was in the stockroom, I was shopping, scanning, moving like something wearing my skin. 12 minutes. Gone. Vanished from my memory like they never existed. What was I doing during those 12 minutes? And why couldn't I remember any of it? I set 7 alarms on my phone for 3:30 a.m., not 3:33. Earlier. I needed to be ready, aware, before whatever took control. The footage played on loop in my mind, my own hands selecting groceries, my own body moving through the aisles like I belonged to someone else. I wouldn't let it happen again. What would you do if you couldn't trust your own memory? The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I stocked canned vegetables. 9 rows of kidney beans. I counted each one, stayed focused. 3 a.m. came and went. I checked my phone every 30 seconds. 3:29, 3:30. The alarms erupted, 7 overlapping beeps and buzzes. I silenced them. My heart hammered against my ribs. The stockroom door stood open behind me, boxes of cereal stacked 3 high. I planted my feet, gripped the metal shelf, focused on the hum of the lights, the chemical smell of floor cleaner, the cool air from the ventilation ducts. 3:31. Dizziness rolled through my skull like a wave. No, I blinked hard. The ceiling tiles blurred, doubled. My fingers tingled, then went numb. The shelf in my hand felt distant, like I was touching it through thick gloves. I tried to call out. My mouth wouldn't move. The lights stretched into long white streaks. Everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the stockroom. Cart beside me, full, pasta boxes, soup cans, bread, milk. My hands were freezing, actually freezing, like I'd been gripping ice. The store's heat blasted from the vents, but my fingers wouldn't warm. 3:46 a.m. 15 minutes gone. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from my own number, sent at 3:33 a.m. This is the only way I can leave. The meat freezer's compressor kicked on somewhere in the distance, a low mechanical groan that made my breath catch. Who had my phone during those 12 minutes? Another text arrived before I could look away from the screen. I've been dead in the freezer since 2019. Behind the meat section. Let me have my 12 minutes. My hands went numb. The phone felt slick, wet. I exhaled and watched my breath fog in the air. The store was heated, always 72 degrees. My breath shouldn't be visible. I turned slowly toward the back of the store, past the cereal aisle, past the dairy coolers humming their monotonous drone. The fluorescent lights stretched long shadows across the linoleum, and at the far end, near the butcher counter, the meat freezer door stood open. Just a crack, enough to see darkness beyond. Would you walk toward it? Knowing what the text said, I did. Each step felt heavier than the last, my sneakers squeaking against the floor. The air grew colder the closer I came, impossible but undeniable. The smell hit me next. Copper. Meat, something sterile and ancient like a hospital mixed with rot. The freezer door's rubber seal had peeled back, wet with condensation. I pressed my palm against the metal handle. Ice cold. My fingers stuck slightly when I pulled the door wider. Inside, hanging beef swayed on hooks. The plastic wrap crinkled in the freezer's motorized hum. I pushed past the first row, shoulders brushing against frozen meat. Then the second row. My phone's screen lit my path, a pale blue glow reflecting off frost-covered walls. At the back corner behind the largest side of beef I saw it. A body, frozen solid, eyes open, skin gray with ice crystals. Wearing a Save Mart uniform, faded, old style, the logo from years ago. Wearing my face. My phone buzzed in my hand. Another text arriving from my own number. But I couldn't look away from those open, frozen eyes staring back at me. My phone buzzed again. The sound echoed off the freezer walls, off the frozen meat, off my own dead face staring back at me. The text glowed in the dim light. Don't look at me. Just let me shop. 6 more years and I can leave. I stumbled backward. My shoulder hit the metal door frame. The cold bit through my shirt, sharp and real. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't exhaustion, but 6 more years I ran. Past the checkout lanes, past the humming registers, straight to Gary's office. The door was locked, of course it was, but the filing cabinet wasn't. My hands shook as I yanked open the drawer labeled Personnel, 2015 to 2020. The fluorescent light above me buzzed and flickered. The smell of old paper and stale coffee filled my nose as I rifled through folders. Ellis, Jordan, my file, hired 3 weeks ago. Background check, direct deposit form. I flipped back further. 2019, January, there, Crane, Mitchell, Night Stalker. Last shift logged January 14, 2019. Termination reason, no call, no show. 3 consecutive nights. Status, abandoned position. No investigation. No missing person report, just gone. Can you imagine just vanishing and nobody caring enough to ask why? I gripped the folder. The paper crumpled under my fingers. Mitchell Crane disappeared the same way I was about to. I had to see it again. Had to be sure. The freezer door hung open like a mouth. I pushed past the hanging beef, my breath clouding in front of me even though I was holding it. There the body, still frozen, still watching, but now I looked lower, at the name tag stitched into the uniform. The red thread spelled it clearly. Mitchell. Mitchell's name tag. Mitchell's uniform, my face. And that's when I heard the footsteps behind me in the dark. The footsteps stopped just beyond the freezer door. Jordan, Gary's voice cracked. You shouldn't be in there. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. He stood in the doorway, backlit by the fluorescent glow of the meat section. His face looked 10 years older than yesterday, gray skin, shadows pooling beneath his eyes. Mitchell Crane. My voice came out steadier than I expected. Tell me about Mitchell Crane. Gary's hand gripped the doorframe. His knuckles went white. We don't talk about Mitchell. Why not? I stepped toward him, boots crunching on frost. Why isn't there an investigation report? Why did you just mark him as abandoned? You don't understand. Then make me understand. The cold air burned my lungs. Because there's a body back there wearing his name tag, and it has my face. Gary flinched like I'd struck him. He stepped back, hand trembling as he pulled the freezer door shut behind us. The hydraulic hiss echoed too long in the empty store. My office, he whispered. Now. He moved through the aisles like a man walking to his execution. I followed, watching the rigid set of his shoulders, the way he kept glancing at the clock. 3:51 a.m. The numbers glowed sickly green. His office smelled like stale coffee and something else, something sour, like fear sweat dried into the furniture. Gary collapsed into his chair and pulled up the security system on his ancient desktop. The monitor flickered, casting blue light across his sagging features. "I should have quit in 2019, he muttered, fingers shaking over the keyboard. "Should have walked away like the manager before me did, before Mitchell. There was someone else." Gary pulled up archived footage. January 7th, 2019. The timestamp read 3:33 a.m. On screen, a young man walked the aisles. Dark hair, hollow eyes. He moved like a sleepwalker, filling a shopping cart with items, cereal, canned soup, frozen dinners. The cart overflowed. He scanned each item at register 7. Then he restocked everything, precise and mechanical, before returning to the stockroom. "That's Mitchell," Gary said. His voice had gone flat, dead. Every night for 2 months. Same routine. 3:33 to 3:45. 12 minutes exactly. The footage quality was poor, grainy, but I could see Mitchell's expression. Vacant, absent, like watching a puppet with cut strings still trying to dance. "He told me he was blacking out," Gary continued. "Said he'd find carts he didn't remember filling. I told him he was just tired, overworked." He laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "Then one morning he didn't clock out, didn't leave. We searched everywhere. Except the freezer." Gary's silence was answer enough. He scrolled further back in the archives. 2013. Different footage, same store. Another night worker. A woman this time, red hair pulled into a ponytail. She walked the aisles at 3:33 a.m., filling a cart, scanning items, restocking. The exact same movements. "Before Mitchell, there was Rebecca Torres," Gary said. "Before her, I don't know. The manager before me kept his mouth shut. Just handed me the keys and said, 'Don't hire anyone for nights if you can avoid it.'" My mouth went dry. "How long between them?" Gary met my eyes. The look there made my stomach drop. 6 years, he whispered. "Rebecca vanished February 2013. Mitchell vanished January 2019. He checked the calendar on his desk. "You started 2 weeks ago. February 20th, 2025. 6 years. The number echoed in my skull. "They all claimed they saw themselves," Gary continued, voice barely audible. "Rebecca told me she found her own body in the freezer. I thought she'd had a breakdown, then she disappeared and I looked. There was nothing there, nothing." He swallowed hard. "Until Mitchell, and when I finally checked after he vanished, the body was gone, just gone." The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. That constant electric drone I'd learned to ignore. But now it sounded different. Wrong. Like the frequency had shifted half a note flat. Can you imagine what that does to you? Knowing you hired someone to die, why didn't you warn me? My hands clenched into fists. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "Because I hoped it wouldn't happen again." Gary's eyes glistened. "I thought maybe it skipped. Maybe the pattern broke. But then you found the carts and I knew." He pulled up one more file. Security footage from last week. My first midnight shift. There I was on screen, walking the aisles at 3:33 a.m., filling a cart. Scanning items, Restocking. The same vacant expression Mitchell had worn. The same mechanical movements Rebecca had made. I'd already been doing it for 2 weeks, every single night. "You're next, Jordan," Gary said quietly. "And I don't know how to stop it." The monitor flickered. For just a fraction of a second, the timestamp glitched, jumping from 3:33 to 3:45 and back again. 12 minutes that didn't exist. 12 minutes I'd been living without knowing. And somewhere in that missing time, something was claiming me piece by piece, preparing the space I'd occupy for the next 6 years. I tore through the stockroom like someone drowning. Metal shelves rattled under my hands. Boxes crashed to the concrete floor. Dust swirled in the flickering fluorescent light, coating my throat with the taste of abandonment. Mitchell had to have left something. A note, a warning, anything. Gary said they boxed up his belongings 6 years ago, never picked up, never claimed, but where? Where would they keep the ceiling vent? I dragged a ladder across the floor, climbed until my face pressed against the dusty grate. Cold air breathed against my cheek, carrying the chemical smell of freezer units running somewhere in the walls. My fingers pried at the metal slats. One corner gave way with a screech that made my teeth ache. Inside, wedged between ductwork, a spiral notebook. The cover felt wrong in my hands, too real. The pages crinkled as I opened them, and I saw Mitchell's handwriting, tight, panicked loops that grew worse with each entry. Day 43. I black out every 3:33 a.m. Can't stop it. Tried caffeine, tried pain, nothing works. My chest tightened. I kept reading. Day 67. I found my body. It's not me, it's the one before me. Rebecca's name tag. My face. How is that possible? The paper trembled, or maybe that was my hands. Day 89. The 12 minutes are all I have left. If I don't shop, I disappear completely. 6 years to pay the debt. The debt to the rest was scratched out. Black ink gouged through paper, except for one final line written in a different pen. Shaky, desperate. It's not the store, it's what lives in the cold. I'm not sleeping tonight. The break room door scrapes shut behind me. I shove a metal chair under the handle, then drag the vending machine, inch by grinding inch, until it blocks the entrance. My phone reads 3:21 a.m. 12 minutes, that's all I need to survive conscious. Coffee burns down my throat. The bitterness coats my tongue, sharp enough to keep me tethered. I slap my face, hard. The sting grounds me. The fluorescent lights above hum their constant electric lullaby, but I won't listen. 3:25. I pace. 4 steps to the wall, turn, 4 steps back. The clock on the wall ticks forward, but wait. Has it always ticked that slowly? Each second stretches, elastic and wrong. 3:28. My hands shake around the coffee mug. You can do this. Stay awake. Stay here. Mitchell couldn't, but maybe he didn't know what was coming. I know. I've read his last words. I've seen what waits in the cold. 3:29. The lights flicker. No. No. I slam my palm against the wall switch. Nothing happens. The fluorescents buzz louder, angry wasps trapped in glass. Then, darkness swallows everything. I scream or try to, my voice won't come. When the lights return, a half-second later, an hour, cold air shocks my lungs, the freezer, I'm standing in the freezer. Frost coats every surface. My breath blooms white. The shopping cart sits in front of me, full of items I don't remember selecting. My fingers grip the handle, already numb. The door swings shut with a heavy metallic groan. Behind the hanging beef, movement catches my eye. The body. My body, its head turns, slowly, deliberately. Frost cracks along its neck as those frozen eyes lock onto mine. Its mouth opens, ice crystals breaking from blue lips. Your turn. The voice scrapes out like wind through a tomb. Tonight. I ran. The freezer door slammed shut behind me. My sneakers skidded on the tile, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like wasps trapped in glass. The front entrance glowed ahead. Automatic doors, freedom, dawn just hours away. I hit the sensor pad. Nothing. Shoved the glass with both palms. The doors didn't even rattle, locked from the inside. The break room clock read 3:32 a.m. 2 minutes. My chest tightened, breath fogging in air that shouldn't be cold but was. The vending machines hummed their monotonous chorus, oblivious. Hardware. Aisle 9. I sprinted past cereal boxes and canned goods, their labels blurring into smears of color. The axe hung on pegboard beneath a flickering tube light. My hands closed around the wooden handle, solid, real, heavy enough to break through whatever held me here. But I didn't go back to the doors. I went to the freezer. The logic felt distant, like watching myself from underwater. If the body was the anchor, if I could remove it before 3:33, maybe the cycle would break. Maybe Mitchell had never tried this. The axe blade caught the light as I raised it, then brought it down hard on the freezer's external lock. Metal shrieked. The impact vibrated up my forearms, teeth rattling. 3 more swings. The lock gave. Inside, cold air rolled out thick as smoke, carrying the smell of frost and old meat. The body lay where I'd left it, my face, Mitchell's name tag, eyes still open. I grabbed it under the arms. Rigid. Ice crystals scraped against my palms, so heavy. Dead weight has its own terrible gravity. I dragged it into the main aisle, fluorescent lights buzzing louder now, almost frantic. 3:33 a.m. Oh no, I felt it happen. Not pain, worse. A sensation like stepping out of myself. No, like being photocopied, soul and flesh split down some invisible seam. One version of me set down the frozen body and walked toward a shopping cart that hadn't been there a moment ago, hands reaching, eyes vacant. The other version stood frozen, watching, unable to move, unable to scream. When Shay found me at 6:15 a.m., the freezer was empty. I was stocking cereal in aisle 3, boxes aligned with mechanical precision. She asked if I'd had a quiet night. I told her yes. I didn't remember saying it. I don't remember the customers anymore. But every morning there are full carts. And I know I have 5 years and 11 months left. The sponge caught on something above the John Doe's left eyebrow. I paused, formaldehyde stinging my nostrils, and wiped away the dried blood. A scar. Half-moon shaped, the size of a dime. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, steady as a heartbeat. I'd been cleaning bodies for 3 years, and you learn not to look too close. But this one pulled at something behind my ribs. I touched my own forehead. Same spot. Same shape. Coincidence. Had to be. I returned to the body, working methodically, jaw, neck, shoulders. His hands were limp and waxy cold, the skin already taking on that gray sheen. When I turned his palm up, I froze again. The calluses, index and middle finger of his left hand, hardened ridges where guitar strings press into flesh. Just like mine. My throat tightened. The drainage table gurgled softly as chemicals ran through the grooves, the only sound in the basement besides my own breathing. I glanced at the paperwork clipped to the end of the table. John Doe, unidentified, found in the parking garage sublevel. No, this was insane, but my hands moved on their own, reaching for the fingerprint kit. I rolled his thumb across the ink pad, pressed it to the card. Then I crossed to the computer terminal, fingers trembling as I scanned it into the system. The screen blinked. Match found. Name, Ethan Burke, that's my name. I stared at the monitor, pulse hammering in my ears. This had to be a system error, a glitch. I grabbed my phone and dialed Donna's extension, my supervisor 3 floors up in the warm, windowed world. Reeves. Donna, I need you to come down here. It's 2 in the morning, Burke, what's wrong? This body, my voice cracked. It's me, the prints match, everything matches. Silence. Then she laughed, short, incredulous. You're alive, Ethan. You're talking to me right now. I know, but get some sleep when your shift ends. Seriously. The line went dead. I turned back to the table, legs unsteady. The corpse's left hand rested palm up where I'd left it. And there, on the 4th finger, a gold wedding band caught the fluorescent light. The same inscription Sophie had engraved 6 years ago. My hands shook as I reached for the personal effects bag. The plastic crinkled too loud in the silent morgue. I had to be wrong, had to be. The bag's seal broke with a whisper. Inside, oh God. My driver's license stared back at me. Same awful photo from the DMV 3 years ago. My apartment keys, the Wonder Woman keychain Sophie gave me as a joke. My wallet, I flipped it open, and there we were. Sophie and me at Montauk Beach, her hair whipping across both our faces. The photo I kept in my actual wallet, right now, in my locker upstairs. Can you imagine holding proof you're dead? My throat closed. The formaldehyde smell thickened, coating my tongue. This wasn't real, couldn't be real. I'd kissed Sophie goodbye 8 hours ago. I'd driven here. I'd clocked in at 11 p.m. like always. A metallic slide echoed behind me. I spun around. Drawer 12. I froze. That drawer had been empty. I'd inventoried the cold storage at midnight, logged every occupant. 12 had been vacant, but now it hung open 6 inches, waiting. My legs moved without permission. Each step toward that drawer felt like wading through cold water. The temperature gauge on the wall read 38 degrees, but my breath didn't fog. Wrong. That detail was wrong. I grabbed the handle. The metal burned ice against my palm, pulled, the same face, the same scar above the left eyebrow, the same guitar calluses I'd built over 15 years, but the tag made my stomach drop through the floor. Date of death. 3 weeks ago. I staggered backward 3 weeks. I'd worked every night shift for the past 3 weeks. I would have seen this body. I would have logged it, processed it, stored it. Wouldn't I? The fluorescent lights flickered once, twice. In that half-second of darkness, I heard it. Another drawer sliding open somewhere deeper in the cold storage room. and I realized with creeping horror how many drawers I hadn't checked tonight. Metal scraped against metal. Another drawer, sliding open on its own. I spun toward the sound. Drawer 17. The steel face yawned wide, exhaling cold air that stank of formaldehyde and something underneath, copper, fresh and wet. Inside lay another me. Same scar above the eyebrow, same calloused fingertips. The tag read September 14th, 4 months ago. Before I could move, drawer 23 opened, then 8, then 30, then 5. Each one groaning on its track, each one revealing the same face, the same body, the same wedding ring catching the fluorescent light. I counted. 7 drawers, 7 bodies. 7 versions of Ethan Burke, tagged and logged across 6 months like some obscene inventory. The newest, drawer 12, the one I just opened, had died yesterday, Tuesday. The cut on its temple still looked fresh, too fresh. My hands shook as I checked the tags again. October 9th, September 27th, August 3rd, July 16th, June 30th, May 11th, and then I saw it, drawer 4, open, empty. The tag read today's date, Wednesday, October 23rd. What would you do? Stand there and wait to see what fills it? I ran. Shoes slapping tile, breath ragged in my throat. The elevator was 15 feet away. I slammed my palm against the button. Nothing, no light, no mechanical hum from the shaft. I hit it again. Dead, the stairwell. I pivoted, crashed through the door. It stopped after 6 inches. Chain rattling on the other side. Locked. From the outside, the fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. The hum deepened to something that vibrated in my teeth. Behind me, I heard the sound of something shifting in drawer 4. Metal scraped against metal. The sound came from everywhere at once. 7 drawers sliding open in perfect unison. I pressed my back against the wall, ice spreading through my chest. The refrigerated units yawned wide and the bodies, my bodies, moved. They sat upright, just sat up like waking from sleep. Legs swung down slowly, heels thumping against the drawer fronts. 7 identical movements. 7 copies of me wearing the pale gray skin of the dead. Their eyes opened. Oh God, their eyes. The pupils were wrong, blown wide and black, swallowing the irises until barely any color remained. They stared forward at nothing, unseeing but somehow aware. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting shadows that twisted across their faces. My faces. One of them turned its head toward me. "Tonight makes 8, it whispered. The voice was mine, flat, emotionless, like reading from a script I'd never seen. They stood together. All 7 rose as one, bare feet touching the tile floor without sound. The formaldehyde smell thickened, mixing with something underneath, something rotten and wet that hadn't been there before. I stumbled backward. My heel caught the door frame to the cold storage room. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to lock myself away. What would you do? When 7 versions of your corpse stand and speak your name? I yanked the door shut behind me, grabbed the handle, twisted the lock. It spun uselessly. Broken, the door drifted open an inch. Then I heard it, soft at first, then unmistakable, the wet slap of bare feet on tile, moving toward me, not walking, coming. And they weren't alone anymore. Something else moved with them, breathing in rhythm with my racing heart. I threw myself sideways through the embalming room doorway. My shoulder slammed into the metal desk. Hard. The impact sang up my collarbone, but I didn't stop. I dropped behind the stainless steel station, knees hitting cold tile. Bare feet slapped closer in the hallway. Breathing. 7 sets of lungs moving in perfect rhythm. I pressed my spine against the cabinet, tasting copper at the back of my throat. The overhead lamp swung slightly, casting shadows that stretched and contracted across the drainage grooves in the table above me. Formaldehyde burned my nostrils, but underneath rot, sweet and wrong. My hand brushed something on the floor. A logbook. Black leather binding, corners worn smooth. I pulled it into my lap, fingers trembling. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I flipped the book open. Pages of shift logs, dates, times, signatures at the bottom of each entry. My eyes skimmed down the columns, searching for what? Proof I wasn't insane. Then I saw it, my signature. My handwriting, the way I looped the capital E, the sharp angle of the B. October 7th. October 14th. October 21st. Nights I don't remember. Nights I know I wasn't here because Sophie and I watched movies. We ate takeout. Oh God, had we. Paper clipped to the back pages, 7 death certificates. I unfolded the first with shaking hands. Ethan Burke. Cause of death, blunt force trauma. Location, hospital parking garage, sub-level 2, ruled accidental. The second, drowning. Basement stairwell flooding. Third, electrocution. Service elevator malfunction. Fourth, they were all here. Every death happened in this building. I fumbled for my phone. No signal, not even one bar. A shadow fell across the logbook. I looked up. One of them stood in the doorway, head tilted, pupils swallowing the iris whole. It opened its mouth and my own voice whispered out, "You've read this before." The formaldehyde burned sharper now, like it was inside my lungs instead of the air. I backed against the metal cabinets, breath coming in shallow gasps. The creature, no, the thing wearing my face, tilted its head at the same angle I'd seen in mirrors 1,000 times. But I wasn't doing it. I wasn't moving at all. Then the smell changed. Rain, asphalt, wet leather. Oh God. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water, 6 months ago. Sophie standing in our kitchen doorway, arms crossed, her voice tight. "You're choosing this place over us." "It's one more shift," I'd said, grabbing my keys from the counter. "We need the money. We need you here." But I'd walked out anyway. Drove through rain that hammered the windshield so hard the wipers couldn't keep up. The parking garage ramp was slick. I remember descending into the sub-level, the fluorescent lights flickering orange and sickly. I remember pressing the elevator button. Then, nothing, not sleep, not unconsciousness, just absence. Like someone had cut that entire night from my memory and spliced the film back together wrong. Have you ever lost time like that? Not forgotten, lost. Where the hours just vanish, and you wake up somewhere else with no idea how you got there. I pressed my palms against the cold metal of the cabinet behind me. The chill bit through my scrubs, grounding me in the present. The thing, the duplicate, remained motionless at the end of the hall, watching. If I couldn't trust my memory, maybe I could trust documentation. Donna's office. The personnel files were kept in there, locked in a gray filing cabinet behind her desk. I'd seen her pull them out before when the hospital auditors came through. Every employee, every hire date, every signature. I had to know. Moving slowly, I edged along the wall toward the corridor that led to the administrative wing. The duplicate didn't follow, it just watched, breathing in sync with me. The office door was unlocked. It shouldn't have been. Donna always locked it when she left the basement. Always. But tonight the knob turned easily under my hand. Inside, her desk lamp cast a yellow pool across scattered paperwork. The filing cabinet stood open, just an inch. Like someone had been here recently. Like someone knew I'd come. I found the personnel drawer. Found the B section. Burke Ethan. The folder was thicker than I remembered. I pulled it out, spread it on the desk under the lamp. Start date 6 months ago. March 15th. No, that's wrong. I've worked here 3 years. 3 years of night shifts and formaldehyde and signing logbooks. I remembered my first week, training with the previous assistant before he transferred. I remembered, but the date stared back at me. Official. Typed. Stamped with Harold Chen's signature. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. Orientation checklist. Benefits enrollment. Background check. Then a photo paperclipped to the inside cover. It showed someone in morgue scrubs. Same height. Same build, but the face wasn't mine. And beneath the photo, in handwriting I recognized as my own, was a note I didn't remember writing. Tonight you'll understand why you can't leave. The file slipped from my fingers. Paper rustled to the floor. A sound echoed down the hallway, metal sliding on metal. Once, twice, 7 times, the drawers. I backed out of Donna's office, pulse hammering in my throat. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting jittering shadows along the basement corridor. Formaldehyde hung thick in the air, but underneath, oh God, something else. Rot, fresh rot, like meat left out in summer heat. The duplicates were moving. I pressed myself against the cold cinder block wall, straining to hear. Nothing. No footsteps. No breathing. Just the electric hum of the lights and my own ragged gasps. How could 7 bodies move without sound? Down the hallway at the junction near cold storage, one of them stood. My face. My posture. Head tilted at an angle no living neck should bend. It didn't blink, didn't breathe, just watched. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 3, opened them 5 feet closer. My stomach lurched. The thing hadn't walked. It had simply relocated like a skipped frame in a film. Can you imagine that? Seeing yourself erased and redrawn closer, with no movement between. I ran. My shoes slapped tile, echoing obscenely loud in the silence. Behind me, nothing. No pursuit sounds. Somehow that was worse. I risked a glance back. 4 of them now, spread across the corridor, all standing perfectly still, all watching with those 2 wide pupils. I shoved through the embalming room door, slammed it shut. My hands shook as I fumbled for the lock. There wasn't one. There had never been one, had there? The metal felt ice cold under my palms. A memory surfaced, sudden and drowning. Water. Cold water filling my lungs, burning like acid. My hand pressing the elevator button, over and over. The button that wouldn't light. The elevator that wouldn't come. I was falling. Falling through. The door handle turned. The door opened. They filled the autopsy suite doorway. 3 of them. No. 4. shoulders pressed together, heads tilted at the same angle. Their eyes reflected the overhead fluorescence like coins at the bottom of a well. I backed toward the steel table, nowhere else to go. My hip struck the edge. The cold metal burned through my scrubs. The polished cabinet doors behind the sink caught my reflection. I saw myself standing there, chest heaving, face pale. And, oh God, my shirt had ridden up. A thin red line traced from my sternum to my navel, barely healed. The edges still pink and puckered. A Y-incision scar. Can you imagine looking down and seeing proof that you've already been opened, already been emptied? My hands trembled as I touched it. The skin felt wrong, too smooth, like melted wax. I've embalmed hundreds of bodies. I know what that scar means. The duplicates moved closer, not walking, just closer. Their bare feet made no sound on the tile, but I heard their breathing, all in perfect unison. Inhale, hold, exhale. They formed a circle around me. The formaldehyde smell thickened, mixed with something underneath, copper and spoiled meat. One of them stood directly in front of me now, close enough that I felt the cold radiating from its skin. But no breath touched my face. Its mouth opened. My voice came out. You died 6 months ago in the parking garage. The words hit like fists. I shook my head. No, that's not. Every night you forget. Another one spoke. Same inflection, same pitch. Every night you discover us. They stepped closer. The circle tightened. Every night ends the same. Their hands reached toward me, fingers rigid, skin the color of freezer-burned meat. You cannot leave what you never left. The lights flickered, and in that strobing darkness, I saw what stood behind them in the hallway. My phone buzzed against my hip. 7 a.m., end of shift. The duplicates didn't stop. They reached for me, fingers outstretched, skin the color of freezer burn. Their touch landed on my shoulders, my chest, my face. Ice, not cold, ice. Like someone pressed my cheek against the morgue drawer for hours. I tried to jerk away, but my legs wouldn't answer. Their grip tightened. No, the floor vanished. I fell backward into nothing. The autopsy suite lights spiraled above me, shrinking to pinpricks. Then water closed over my head, frigid, black, filling my nose, my throat, choking off the scream building in my lungs. I clawed upward, but my hands found only concrete. Wait, no, I was on concrete, skull cracking against parking garage floor, bones splintering, the wet crunch echoing in my ears. A wire touched my skin. Electricity tore through me. Every muscle locked, smoke. I smelled burning flesh, my flesh, then pills dissolving on my tongue, bitter and chalky, the room spinning, no, falling down the stairwell, ribs snapping, neck twisting, carbon monoxide filled the car, sweet, almost pleasant, my vision grayed, drowning again, concrete again, electrocution again. All 7 deaths slammed into me at once. Not memories, not visions. I was dying, right now. 7 times simultaneously. My body couldn't contain it. Each death screamed for space inside my skull, tearing me apart from within. I understood. I hadn't worked here for 3 years. I died 6 months ago. Everything since, Sophie, the apartment, every shift, shadows cast by a corpse that refused to stop moving. I opened my mouth to scream. The sound ripped out, but it came from 7 throats. Mine and theirs, perfect unison. The same pitch, the same terror. Then silence dropped like a curtain. The duplicates released me. They stepped back, formed a circle, and in the space between their bodies, the empty drawer slid open with a metallic whisper waiting for number 8. I woke to warmth, soft cotton sheets, Sophie's breath against my neck, morning sunlight filtering through bedroom curtains, golden and clean. No formaldehyde, no fluorescent hum, just home. She stirred beside me, lifted her head. You were talking in your sleep again. Her lips brushed my forehead, warm and real. I exhaled, a shuddering, grateful breath. A nightmare, just a nightmare. Coffee, she pressed a mug into my hands. I brought it to my lips. Cold. Not lukewarm, cold, like it had been sitting for hours. I looked up. Sophie smiled, but the morning light behind her seemed flat, too bright, too still. You okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm. Her left hand rested on my shoulder. The wedding band caught the light, gold glinting on her right hand, the wrong hand. We'd been married 6 years and she'd never switched it, not once. My throat tightened. Sophie, you should get ready, she said. Don't want to be late. Late. It was morning. I glanced at my phone on the nightstand. The screen glowed. 11 p.m. My alarm buzzed sharp, mechanical. Time to go to work. I stood, legs unsteady. The bedroom door was ahead, familiar white paint and brass handle. I reached for it, turned the knob. Fluorescent light spilled through. Not the hallway to our living room. Not the narrow apartment corridor with wedding photos on the wall. A long, sterile hallway, white tile, buzzing overhead lights. The smell hit me, antiseptic and formaldehyde. I turned back. Sophie sat on the bed, hands folded, watching, waiting. Time to go to work, she said again. Her voice was mine. The hallway stretched ahead, cold, endless. And I understood, finally, there would be no waking, no escape, only the shift, only the drawers, only the discovery, again and again and again. I stepped forward. The fluorescent lights flickered. Somewhere below, an empty drawer waited. It always would. I heard my full name at 2:47 in the morning. Not Kyle, not Hey Man, Kyle Andrew Mercer, whispered through the monitors like someone stood inches from microphone 3. I froze. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, and the booth smelled like stale air and circuit boards. Studio B sprawled beyond the glass, empty. Every shadow exactly where it should be. I rewound the feed. My fingers felt numb on the mixing board, that particular cold that comes from being awake too long in a room without windows. The waveform spiked at 2:47. I isolated the audio and hit play. Kyle Andrew Mercer. The voice was barely there. A breath shaped into syllables, but it knew my name, my full name. I leaned closer to the monitors, and the hum of the equipment seemed louder than it should be, vibrating against my sternum. I played it again. Kyle Andrew Mercer, 1422 Ashland Avenue, apartment 7, my address. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. Who would know that? I'd worked here for 3 months. Never mentioned where I lived. Ray barely knew my last name. The overnight shifts were supposed to be simple. Monitor the automated recordings, log any glitches, go home at dawn. I rewound further. Found another spike at 2:38. Colleen. Your mother's name is Colleen. What would you do? Hearing something that shouldn't exist, something that knows you in a way nothing should. My hand started shaking. Not a tremble. A full shake that made the mouse click twice when I tried to save the file. I saved it anyway. The timestamp burned on the screen, 2:47 a.m., and Studio B remained empty. Or at least, I couldn't see anyone there. But when I looked at microphone 3, I swear the shadows around it seemed darker than before. I tore through the studio office like a man possessed. Filing cabinets lined the back wall, gray metal doors hanging open as I yanked drawer after drawer. The fluorescent light above me buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Dust spiraled through the stale air. Each folder I touched left grime on my fingertips. Ray kept records. He had to. Maintenance logs, equipment reports, something. And I found it, tucked behind outdated tax forms, a stack of engineer logbooks bound with cracked leather. The pages exhaled a musty scent when I cracked the first one open. My hands still trembled from the recording session, from hearing my mother's name whispered through microphone 3. I needed answers. I needed to know if this had happened before. The entries were mundane at first, signal tests, calibration notes. Then I flipped to 2019 and saw the name, David Ames. His handwriting was tight, controlled, professional, but 3 pages in, the letters grew jagged. Desperate, Studio B equipment malfunctions after midnight. Audio artifacts in unoccupied room. Voices where there should be silence. I stopped breathing. The next entry was dated a week later. Recommend retiring microphone 3. Something's wrong with the signal path. I keep hearing. The sentence ended mid-thought. The page after it had been torn out, ragged edges still clinging to the binding. David Ames never wrote another entry. No resignation letter in his file. No forwarding contact information. He just vanished. My phone vibrated against the desk. Sarah's name lit the screen. 3rd call tonight. I let it go to voicemail, my eyes locked on that torn page. What had David heard? What made him rip out that final entry? The fluorescent light flickered. Once. Twice. In the sudden dimness, I noticed something I'd missed. David's last visible words were written in ink that looked too fresh for 6 years old, almost wet in the half-light, and beneath his signature in letters so faint I almost missed them, 2 words were scratched into the paper. Don't play. I stopped going home. The first night after finding that logbook, I dragged a folding chair into the sound booth and waited. The hum of the ventilation system pressed against my eardrums like a hand over my mouth. Studio B sat beyond the glass, dark except for the red standby light on microphone 3, glowing like an eye that never blinked. 2:47 a.m. arrived with a whisper, softer this time, just my name. Kyle. I had every channel isolated, every frequency mapped. My fingers flew across the mixing board, carving out the voice from the ambient noise. The waveform on the monitor showed a pattern, regular, rhythmic, like breathing. Sarah called at 3:15. I watched my phone vibrate across the console, her name lighting up the screen. I didn't reach for it. Couldn't. Because the whisper came again, and this time it said, please. Would you have answered? Or would you have done what I did? Leaned closer to the speakers, turned the volume up until that single word filled your skull. Night 2. Night 3. I brought coffee that went cold. Brought food I didn't eat. The studio smelled like stale air and my own sweat, sharp and sour. Sarah stopped calling, started texting instead. Are you okay? I'm worried. "Kyle, please." The whispers grew teeth. They came earlier each night. 2:50, 2:49. Louder, more desperate, clawing through the static. I mapped every occurrence, built a database of fragments, syllables that almost made sense. Then, on the seventh night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., microphone 3 captured a complete sentence. My blood went cold as I played it back. "Release me from the playback loop." The voice wasn't asking, it was begging. And I realized, oh God, can you imagine? Someone was trapped inside the recording itself. But what I didn't know yet was that David Ames had written those warnings for a reason I couldn't escape. I spent the next 4 hours isolating frequencies. My fingers moved across the mixing board until they cramped, pulling the voice out of the static layer by layer. The hiss peeled back like dead skin. The booth smelled like burnt coffee and the ozone tang of overheated equipment. I hadn't opened a window in days. At 5:30 a.m., the voice came through clean. "My name is David Ames." The words were crisp, cold. "If you're hearing this, you've gone too far already." I froze. The voice that had been whispering my name for 7 nights now spoke in full sentences, clear as someone sitting beside me in the dark. I was working overnight in 2019. Session glitch at 2:47 a.m. I tried to fix it. A pause. Static breathed underneath. I looped my own voice into microphone 3. Didn't realize what I'd done until the audio distorted. Screaming erupted through my headphones. I ripped them off, but the voice continued through the monitor speakers. "Trapped inside the playback. 6 years, Kyle. 6 years of cycling through the same moment. Over and over, you have to release me." My hands shook. He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been whispering it all week. But hearing it now in this calm, desperate plea, "Play the file at 2:47 a.m. Route it through the main speakers. That's the only way out." The recording ended. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I sat there, staring at the waveform on the screen, watching it pulse with each breath I took. Could a consciousness really be trapped inside a sound file? What would you do if someone begged you for help from inside a machine? I should have walked away. Called Ray, called Sarah, hell, called anyone. But I didn't. Something in David's voice hooked into my chest, a loneliness that mirrored my own. I thought about him cycling through that same instant for 6 years while the world moved on without him, while people forgot, while his warnings in the logbook gathered dust. I queued the file for 2:47 a.m. The timestamp glowed green on my monitor. 20 hours and 17 minutes until playback. I leaned back in my chair and the leather creaked in a way that sounded almost wrong, too wet, too organic. My phone buzzed. Sarah's name lit the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Outside, dawn crept through the parking lot, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. The file sat there in the queue, waiting. David Ames waited inside it, counting down the seconds until I freed him. I just had to press play. But something about the way the booth smelled now, like copper beneath the coffee, made me wonder if freedom was really what waited at 2:47. The clock reads 2:46. My finger hovers over the play button. 20 hours of waiting collapse into 60 seconds. The booth smells like stale coffee and ozone, something electric beneath the familiar. I can hear my own breathing through the headphones, too loud, too fast. 2:47. I hit play. The speakers erupt. Not David's voice. Mine screaming, begging. Words I never spoke tearing through the air. Please, no, please, God, someone help me. I've been here for years. I can't get out. I can't. My throat is dry. I'm not speaking. But that's my voice. My exact inflection. The way I swallow between words. The mixing board vibrates under my palms. The overhead lights flicker. Studio BS soundproof door rattles in its frame like something is trying to escape or get in. Can you imagine hearing yourself beg for mercy when your mouth is shut? The monitors flash white. One by one they blow out with wet pops that smell like burning plastic. Smoke curls from the center screen. Silence. Total. Absolute. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums. Then, footsteps, soft, deliberate. Coming from inside Studio B, I press my face against the booth window. The glass is ice cold despite the summer heat. Through the dim emergency lighting, I see a figure standing at microphone 3. Same height as me, same build. The air around it shimmers like heat waves over asphalt. My hand finds the window. Breath fogs the glass. The figure turns. Oh, it's wearing my face. It started walking toward me. Each footstep echoed through Studio B. Deliberate, measured, like someone remembering how legs worked. The burnt plastic smell still clung to the air, mixing with something else now, something metallic and sharp that coated the back of my throat. I should have moved, run, locked the door. I couldn't. My muscles had turned to stone, every nerve ending screaming contradictions at my brain. That was my face crossing the studio floor, my gait, my height, the way my left shoulder dipped slightly when I walked, a habit from years of hunching over mixing boards. The double reached the booth window. It stopped inches from the glass, head tilted at an angle that felt wrong. Too far, too curious. Like it was studying me, learning me. I watched its chest rise and fall, breathing in perfect sync with mine. When I exhaled, it exhaled. When my heart hammered against my ribs, I swear I could see its pulse jump in its throat. Then it raised its right hand, pressed it flat against the glass. The cold hit me first, a shock of winter air that shouldn't exist in the temperature-controlled booth. I looked down at my own right hand, still gripping the edge of the mixing board, knuckles white. But on the glass, oh God, on the glass, a handprint appeared on my side. Perfect. Aligned exactly with the double's palm. Moisture beading at the edges. The whorls of fingerprints I'd know anywhere because I'd seen them every day of my 28 years. I hadn't moved my hand. The realization crawled up my spine like ice water. Have you ever felt your body betray you? Felt yourself somewhere you shouldn't be? I was looking through the glass, but I wasn't on the right side anymore. Somehow, impossibly, I was inside. Trapped in the audio system, the playback loop, the recording that had screamed my future in my own voice. The double was free. And then, the door handle turned. Metal grinding against metal. The booth door, the one I'd locked hours ago, swung open on hinges that suddenly refused to squeak. The double stepped across the threshold, its shoes making no sound on the floor I'd walked across 1,000 times. I tried to scream. My mouth opened. My lungs pushed air. Nothing came out but silence. My mouth opens. No sound. I try again. Nothing, not even breath because I don't have lungs anymore, just awareness, formless, trapped inside the hum of circuits and copper wire. The booth smells like burning ozone, sharp and chemical, like the air after lightning strikes too close. The double, my double, stands 3 feet away. It moves with my gait, my slight limp from the torn meniscus 2 years ago. It rolls my shoulders the way I do after sitting too long. It doesn't look at where I am because I'm nowhere. The figure walks to the mixing board. My fingers tap the power button. The monitors die. One by one, click, click, click. Methodical, calm. Then it grabs my jacket from the chair back and leaves through the booth door. I want to follow, but I can't move. Can you imagine that? Not being paralyzed, but simply not existing in space anymore. Then the vision shifts. Security camera feed. Parking lot angle. Grainy green night vision glow. I'm seeing through the studio's surveillance system. Somehow. The double walks across wet asphalt, rain catching in the overhead light, and unlocks my Honda with my key fob. The brake lights flare red. The engine turns over. My car pulls out of the lot at 2:51 a.m. Gone. The feed cuts to black. I'm alone in the static, and then I feel it. The pull, backward through time like a fishing line reeling in. The booth reassembles around me, not as a place I can touch, but as data I perceive. The timestamp in the corner of the dead monitor reads 2:47 a.m. It repeats, 2:47 a.m. I watch myself, the real me, the old me, sit at the mixing board. I watch my hands cue the isolated file. I watch my finger hover over play. Then the explosion of sound, the shake, the silence. 2:47 a.m. Again. The same 4 minutes. Over and over. I'm caught in the playback loop, experiencing my own displacement on infinite repeat, and the worst part is that I remember every single cycle. They don't overwrite each other. They stack. Layer upon layer of the same terror. How long has it been? Hours, days. I try to surface, to push against the current. Something gives. I feel pressure, not physical, but vibrational, frequency-based. I force myself toward the microphone input. Toward microphone 3 in Studio B I surface. Gasping. But I'm not breathing. I'm pulsing through the diaphragm, vibrating the air itself, and for one brief second I exist as sound instead of silence. Then the loop catches me again, and drags me back under, but I'd felt it. The edge. The possibility of reaching whoever comes next. The question was whether they'd listen, or whether they'd make the same mistake I did. I focused everything I had on microphone 3. The connection felt like threading a needle in the dark. My consciousness, if I could still call it that, compressed into a single point. A whisper, a breath. I pushed myself toward the cold metal mesh of the microphone in Studio B, feeling the electrical hum beneath its surface. My voice crackled through. Static first, then words. Kyle, Mercer. It came out wrong. Hollow. Like air escaping from something already dead. I tried again. 15:03 Brennan Street. The words scattered across the frequency spectrum. I had to hold them together, keep them coherent. But the loops made it difficult. Time folded back on itself every few minutes, and each cycle took something from me. A memory, a sensation, pieces I couldn't afford to lose. Mother's maiden name, C. Caldwell. My voice trembled through the speakers. Would anyone hear? Would they believe? Can you imagine losing yourself one word at a time? I repeated the information: address, mother's maiden name, my employee ID number, anything to prove I was real, that I existed. That Kyle Mercer wasn't the man who drove home in my car, but something felt off. The studio air tasted metallic through the audio sensors, wrong, like copper pennies dissolving on a tongue I no longer had. And my memories, they weren't sitting right anymore. David Ames, the logbook entry, the warnings he left behind. Wait, I surfaced again at 2:47, whispered my name, my address. The loop reset. I tried to remember David Ames's handwriting in that logbook. The date, 2019, 6 years ago. But the memory shifted when I touched it. David Ames hadn't written those warnings as an engineer documenting strange sounds. The handwriting was too desperate, too fragmented, just like mine would be now if I still had hands to write with. Oh, no, David Ames hadn't quit. David Ames had been trapped here, before me, inside this same loop. And if he'd been here since 2019, then who had he replaced? The realization tore through me like feedback screaming through blown speakers. This wasn't a 6-year-old glitch. The loop was older. How much older? How many voices were cycling through Studio B right now? All of us whispering our names into the void, hoping someone would listen. The footsteps were different. I'd looped through 2:47 a.m. so many times that I knew the rhythm of silence. How the air conditioning cycled, how the walls settled. But this was new, heavier, purposeful. Someone had arrived. Hope surged through my fragmented consciousness like electricity through dead wires. I pushed toward microphone 3, dragging myself through the audio system circuitry. The metal casing hummed cold beneath what used to be my awareness. I could taste copper, smell old dust trapped in foam padding. When you exist as pure sound, you feel everything the equipment feels. The door to Studio B opened. Sneakers squeaked against tile. A woman's voice, young, muttered something about the thermostat. I heard the rustle of a jacket being removed, the hollow thunk of a coffee mug on the mixing board. She sat down in my chair. I gathered every scrap of myself and whispered her name through the diaphragm. Maya, the chair creaked. She'd heard something. I knew that pause, the head tilt, the breath held, the finger hovering over the rewind button. I'd done it myself, hadn't I? How long ago? Days, years? Hello, she called out. I pushed harder. Maya Foster, help. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She was isolating the frequency, pulling me out of the ambient noise. What would you do if you heard your name spoken by empty air? Would you run? Or would curiosity anchor you to that chair? She didn't run. I watched through the glass, or I remembered watching, or I hallucinated watching as she scrolled through waveforms. Her eyes narrowed. She played the segment back. My voice emerged from the speakers, clearer now, desperate. Don't play the file. But she was already searching, already finding it. The isolated recording with my consciousness trapped inside. Her mouse cursor hovered over the play button. 2:46 a.m. glowed on the clock. 1 minute left. She clicked load. She clicks play. The sound erupts, my voice, my scream, my desperate plea broadcast through speakers at maximum volume. I feel it. Oh God, I feel the pull. like hooks buried in my chest, dragging me forward through layers of static and digital haze. The booth temperature drops, freezing. My consciousness stretches between 2 points, here in the endless loop, and there in Studio B where Maya sits frozen, headphones askew. But something's wrong. The pull intensifies, splitting me wider, thinner. I'm not moving toward freedom. I'm expanding. And Maya, she gasps, gripping the desk as her breath fogs the air. Her eyes widen. She hears it now, not just my voice, but all of us. David Ames whispering coordinates. Someone older, fragmented, begging in a language I don't recognize. We're a chorus of the trapped, humming through copper wires and circuit boards. The clock resets. 2:47 a.m. Can you imagine what that feels like? To fracture into sound itself. Maya stumbles backward, but she doesn't leave. She just stares at microphone 3, listening. Somewhere beyond these walls, my doppelganger wakes in my bed, my apartment, my life, Sarah's warmth beside him. He'll brush his teeth with my toothbrush, drive my car, live, and I'll surface again next week, next month, whispering names to the next curious engineer who works the graveyard shift. Studio B hums, the loop tightens. We wait in the frequency between silence and sound, trapped in the 247 that never ends. My headlamp finds him between the kelp fronds. Fourth night in a row. Same spot, 30 feet down, where the forest grows thickest and the beam barely penetrates. My regulator hisses with each breath, bubbles racing past my ears toward the surface. The cold has seeped through my wetsuit into my bones, but I kick harder, closer. The figure doesn't move, just hangs there in the current, suspended like he's waiting. Kelp sways around him, casting shadows that twist and writhe. I can hear my own heartbeat now, pounding against my eardrums, louder than the water pressure. He's wearing a wetsuit, black neoprene, and there, oh God, there's the yellow stripe down the left side, my yellow stripe. I reach forward, my hand trembles in the beam. The cold bites at my pruning fingers. 3 nights I've seen shadows, shapes that vanished when I got close. But tonight he's solid, real. The same scuffed yellow stripe I got snagged on the tank ladder last month. Same frayed edge at the shoulder seam. My air tastes metallic. Wrong. Has it always tasted like that? The distance closes, 10 feet, 5. I can see his tank now, the gauge, the regulator hose. My breath comes faster, sucking hard against the mouthpiece. What would you do? Turn back. Pretend you didn't see. I can't. I reach out. My fingertips brush the fabric of his suit, cold, slick, real. He turns. The movement is slow, deliberate. His mask catches the light, and behind the glass, my own face stares back, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream around the regulator. My face, my terror, and his hand shoots forward, grabbing my wrist with a grip that shouldn't exist underwater. 3 nights before that moment, I had just thought it was kelp. The water pressed against my wetsuit at 1:15 a.m., 200,000 gallons of darkness above and around me. My headlamp cut a narrow cone through the gloom. Sand tiger sharks drifted past like pale ghosts, their mouths hanging open in permanent grimaces. Kauno's rays rippled along the bottom. I was alone with them, the way I preferred it. My scrub pad rasped against the acrylic viewing panel. Green algae came off in cloudy wisps, back and forth. methodical. Bubbles rose from my regulator in steady streams, the only sound besides the blood pulsing in my ears. The water was cold enough that I felt it through the neoprene, a constant pressure reminding me I didn't belong here. But I did belong here. I'd done this shift 4 nights a week for how long now? The routine settled my mind. No colleagues, no small talk, just me and the work and 30 feet of water. Andy had asked if I wanted a dive partner for the overnight maintenance. I'd refused. The kelp forest swayed in the artificial current, long brown ribbons anchored to the fake rock formations. I kicked toward the far panel, my fins stirring up fine sand. My wedding ring shifted on my finger, too loose lately. I'd been forgetting to eat, but I twisted it back into place. Focus on the job. That's when I saw it. Movement. Between the kelp stalks, not the lazy drift of the current, but something vertical, human-shaped. I stopped scrubbing. My breath came faster, bubbles accelerating past my mask. The kelp blocked my view, thick as a curtain. I squeezed the scrub pad, probably just a sand tiger circling back. Their bodies could look almost upright when they banked, but sand tigers didn't hold still like that. The shadow, if that's what it was, hung suspended about 20 feet away, deeper in the forest. Not moving, not drifting, just there. I checked my depth gauge, 29 feet, plenty of air. No reason for my heart to be hammering like this. Would you swim toward it? If you saw something that didn't belong, I did. I released the scrub pad and let it sink, tethered to my belt by its cord. My fins pushed me forward. Slow kicks. Calm, professional. The kelp parted around me, slick and cold against my gloves. My headlamp beam swept left, right, cutting through the murk. The shadow was gone. I hovered there, finning in place, scanning the forest. Kelp swayed, current flowed. A ray buried itself in the sand below, sending up a small cloud. Nothing else moved, just kelp, just the current playing tricks with the light. I exhaled slowly, watching the bubbles spiral upward. Nitrogen narcosis could start at depths shallower than this if you were tired enough. Wasn't I tired? I'd been picking up extra shifts, sleeping poorly. My wife had mentioned it. When? Last week. Maybe. I retrieved my scrub pad and returned to the panel. Back and forth, methodical, but I kept glancing over my shoulder into the kelp forest. The water felt colder now. Had it always been this cold? And somewhere in the back of my mind, so faint I almost didn't notice, I wondered why my air tasted different tonight. Slightly metallic, like rust dissolving on my tongue. But I had 3 panels left to scrub, and I'd never left a shift unfinished. The metallic taste wouldn't leave. 24 hours later, I descended again, and it was already there, coating my tongue like old pennies. The shadow appeared before I even reached the kelp forest. Closer this time. Maybe 15 feet away. I froze mid-kick, regulator tight between my teeth. The figure hung suspended in the current, arms at its sides, wetsuit black against the darker water. My headlamp beam couldn't quite reach it. Then it moved, not swimming, just drifting backward into the vegetation. I chased it. Had to. The kelp wrapped around my wrists as I pushed through, rubbery stalks cold even through my gloves. My wedding ring caught on a blade, twisted, and slipped. No, I lunged for it, but gold doesn't float. It tumbled end over end, glinting once, twice, then disappeared into the sand below. Gone just like that. My chest tightened, not from the depth, but from knowing I'd have to explain this again. The ring had been loose for months. I told myself I'd get it resized. I told myself a lot of things. By the third night, I stopped looking for the ring. There were bigger problems. The fins I spotted weren't shadows anymore. Yellow striped down the side, exactly like mine. They kicked hard behind the rock formation, and I followed, my own fins churning sand. But when I rounded the coral, nothing. Just a sand tiger cruising past, ancient eyes ignoring me completely. I checked my depth gauge, 29 feet. Nitrogen narcosis doesn't hit until 70. So why did the kelp look wrong, denser than before, rearranged? Like someone had redecorated while I wasn't watching. The metallic taste intensified, rust and copper flooding my mouth with every breath. And when I looked down at the sand where my ring had fallen, there were 3 more beside it. We hung there in the kelp, face to face, my own eyes staring back at me through scratched plexiglass. The other Trevor raised his arm slowly, deliberately, and pointed at my chest. I looked down at my air gauge. The needle sat buried in the red zone. Empty, completely empty. But my lungs filled easily with each breath, that same metallic taste coating my tongue. No resistance. No warning rasp of a starving regulator. I breathed in again, deeper this time, testing it. The air came smooth and cold. I tapped my gauge with one gloved finger. The needle didn't move, still red, still empty. When I looked up, the doppelganger was shaking his head, frantic. He jabbed his finger upward toward the surface, then pointed at me again. At my tank, at my gauge. My computer display glowed against my wrist. 20 minutes of bottom time remaining. 20 minutes of air that shouldn't exist. What would you do? Trust the gauge or trust your lungs? The other Trevor's movements became wild, desperate. He grabbed at my shoulder, tried to turn me toward the surface. His grip felt real, cold neoprene against cold neoprene. I shoved him back. He needed to explain, to tell me what was happening. Instead, oh God, instead he reached up to his own face. His fingers found his regulator, and he pulled it out. The explosion of bubbles hit me like a scream. Silver spheres erupted from his mouth in a churning column, racing toward the surface I couldn't see. His jaw worked open and shut, trying to breathe water. His body convulsed once, then went completely slack. He sank past me into the kelp below, arms floating upward like he was reaching for help that would never come. The yellow stripe on his wetsuit disappeared into the black water beneath the forest. The bubbles stopped, and I realized I hadn't taken a breath in over a minute. I kicked hard, fins churning water into foam. Up, I needed up. Away from the body sinking into darkness, away from the kelp that suddenly felt too thick, too alive. My regulator hissed in my mouth, each breath tasting like copper and salt and something else, something wrong. The surface shimmered above me, 20 feet, 15. I didn't stop to decompress. Didn't care about nitrogen bubbles forming in my blood. My limbs burned as I clawed through the water, watching that silver membrane grow closer. 10 feet. The kelp brushed my ankle and I thrashed away from it, heart hammering against my ribs. Or was it hammering? I pressed my palm to my chest. The wet suit was cold, My skin underneath even colder, 5 feet. I burst through the surface with a gasp except, oh God, I hadn't been holding my breath. The air in my lungs was already there, stale, recycled. Trevor, hands grabbed my BCD, hauling me toward the metal platform. The grating scraped against my knees as I was dragged from the water. Fluorescent lights blazed overhead, so bright after the darkness that I squeezed my eyes shut. Easy, easy, Phil Vargas's voice. The night security guard, his grip was solid, real. What the hell happened down there? I couldn't answer. My regulator dangled from my mouth, still hissing. I spat it out and sucked in air that tasted like chlorine and rust. Phil crouched beside me, his face creased with concern. He smelled like coffee and cigarettes, normal things, comforting things. You shot up like something was chasing you, he said. Was there? What had I just seen? Footsteps echoed across the platform. Iris Nakamura appeared, medical kit already open in her hands. The on-call aquarium medic. I'd seen her maybe twice in 3 years. Let me check you. She knelt, pressing 2 fingers to my wrist. Her touch was warm, too warm. My skin felt numb underneath. I'm fine, I managed. My voice sounded distant, like it was coming from underwater. Pulse is elevated but steady. Iris pulled a penlight from her pocket, shining it in my eyes. I flinched. Pupils responsive. Any pain? Tingling in your extremities? No, I need a minute. She reached for the dive computer strapped to my wrist. Her frown came slowly, then deepened. She tapped the screen twice, held it up to the light. Trevor, how long were you down there? I blinked at her. What? Your computer, it says. She turned it toward me. The display glowed blue in the harsh fluorescent light. Dive time, 6 hours, 17 minutes. My stomach dropped. That's wrong. I fumbled with my other wrist where my watch sat beneath the dive computer. The leather strap was soaked through. I tilted it toward the light. 1:47 a.m. I'd gone in at 1:15. I remembered checking. Double-checking the way I always did. 32 minutes maximum. The computer's broken, I said, but my voice cracked. These don't just break. Iris pressed buttons on the device, scrolling through data I couldn't follow. It tracked your descent, your depth, your ascent rate. Everything's logged. 6 hours, Trevor. Phil leaned in, his coffee breath washing over me. That can't be right. I saw you go in. That was. He checked his own watch. His face went pale. Jesus. What? The word came out sharp. I started my rounds at 11 p.m., Phil said slowly. I checked on you when I passed the tank room around 1:30. You were already in the water. I figured you started early. I didn't start early. I started at 1:15. Trevor. Iris's voice was gentle now, the way you'd speak to someone in shock. If you've been down for 6 hours, we need to get you to a hospital. Decompression sickness, nitrogen narcosis. I haven't been down for 6 hours. I ripped the dive computer off my wrist. The Velcro made a tearing sound that echoed off the concrete walls. Look at my tank. Check the gauge. It'll prove. I twisted to look at the air gauge dangling from my BCD. The needle sat buried in the red zone. Empty. But I'd been breathing. The whole time. Even now, I could taste that metallic air in the back of my throat. Iris followed my gaze. Her expression shifted, concern bleeding into something else. Confusion, maybe fear. That tank should have lasted 90 minutes, she whispered. At 30 feet in cold water. 90 minutes maximum. The platform felt like it was tilting beneath me. I gripped the wet metal grating, but my fingers slipped. Everything was too slippery, too cold. I don't understand, I said. Phil stood, taking a step back. Just one step, but I noticed. Iris reached for my hand, the one without the watch. She turned it over, examining my fingertips under the light. Her lips pressed into a thin line. What? I pulled my hand back. What is it? She didn't answer. Instead, she held up her own hand next to mine. Her fingertips were smooth, pink, normal. Mine were white, pruned. The skin wrinkled like I'd been soaking in a bathtub for hours. No, not hours. 6 hours and 17 minutes. I pushed past Iris, ignoring her questions. My tank. I needed to see my tank. The equipment room's fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in sick yellow. Concrete walls sweating moisture. The chemical smell of compressed air mixed with salt water hit my throat. I found my tank still strapped to the gear rack, valve up, pressure gauge hanging. My hands shook as I turned it. Manufacture date stamped into the metal. March 2019. 6 years old. We replace tanks every 3 years. Protocol, I knew this, I wrote the protocols. Then I saw the sticker. Red, screaming red against the aluminum. Failed inspection, do not use. The adhesive had yellowed at the edges, like it had been there for years. How did I miss it? I always checked my equipment. Always. What kind of diver doesn't check their tank before? The overhead light flickered. In that half-second of darkness, I saw it. Behind the gear rack, a door, narrow, painted the same gray as the walls, almost invisible in the corner shadows. I'd worked here for how long? Can you imagine walking past something every single night and never seeing it? I moved closer. The metal rack scraped against concrete as I pulled it aside, the sound too loud in the enclosed space. My wetsuit still clung to my skin, cold now, clammy. The door had no handle, just a simple push plate. I pressed it. The room beyond smelled wrong. Damp, colder than it should be, and lined against the wall, tanks, 47 of them. I counted twice. Each one had a name tag zip-tied to the valve. Trevor Boswell, Trevor Boswell, Trevor Boswell. Every single one marked with that same red sticker. Every single one failed. And taped to the nearest tank, a handwritten note. The paper trembled in my grip as I leaned closer to read it. I peeled the note from the tank. The paper felt damp, cold. The handwriting was mine. I keep trying different tanks, hoping one will work. I drowned in 2019. You're still drowning. Stop coming back. My fingers went numb. The concrete floor beneath me felt suddenly insubstantial, like I was standing on water pretending to be solid. I read it again. Then again. The words didn't change. What would you do if you found your own handwriting telling you you're already dead? I left the tanks behind, fled, really, and headed to Andy's office. The incident report binder sat on the shelf where it always did. Dust coated the spine. I flipped through pages that smelled like mildew and old coffee. March 23, 2019. Maintenance diver found deceased in main exhibit tank. Equipment malfunction. Probable cause. Regulator failure, contaminated air supply. Name redacted per family request. The date blurred. I blinked hard. My employee file was in the cabinet. I'd never looked at it before, never had reason to. My hands shook as I opened the folder. Hire date, April 9th, 2019. 2 weeks after, and no, that's wrong. I've worked here for years, haven't I? I remember my first day. Don't I? The orientation video. Andy showing me the equipment room. My first solo dive in the memory stuttered like a scratched disc. Started over. Same footage. Same words. Oh God, I pressed my palm against the wall. It felt wet. Everything felt wet. My shirt clung to my skin, cold and heavy. How long had it been damp? Since I surfaced tonight. Since yesterday. Since. But I realized something far worse as I stood there, water dripping from my hair onto the incident report. My skin feels wrong. Not cold, not wet. Wrong. Like fabric soaked too long, fibers swelling beyond their natural shape. I press my thumb against my forearm. The flesh gives too easily, holds the indentation. Water. Waterlogged. The word surfaces from nowhere, and I know it's true. I'm standing in the equipment room. The fluorescent lights hum overhead. But that metallic taste, I've been tasting it since I came up. Since Phil pulled me onto the platform. Since Iris checked my dive computer and told me I'd been down 6 hours. My shirt clings to my chest. Damp. Still damp. How long ago did I surface? I walk toward the main tank viewing window, legs heavy. The glass stretches floor to ceiling, 30 feet of dark water. Sand tigers drift past like ghosts. My reflection stares back, pale under the blue emergency lights. There's something behind me. In the water, a shape, moving through the kelp. I spin around, nothing, just the glass, just my reflection and the empty corridor behind me. But when I turn back, oh God, there it is again. A figure suspended in the kelp forest exactly where I was working. Same depth, same position, wearing my wetsuit. Can you see what I'm seeing? Would you believe your own eyes? I press my palm against the glass. The cold radiates through, but it's not the cold that makes me pull back. It's the sensation of pressure. 30 feet of pressure, squeezing my sinuses, filling my ears with that muffled, cotton-thick silence. I'm breathing the metallic air, tank air, compressed, recycled, wrong. My clothes haven't dried because the equipment room tilts. No, not the room, my perception. Reality rearranging itself like the kelp forest, denser than it should be, wrong in ways I can't articulate. I never surfaced. The thought arrives fully formed, undeniable. Phil didn't pull me up. Iris didn't check my computer. I'm still at 30 feet, still breathing from a failed tank, still drowning in slow motion, my brain constructing false memories of survival as my cells starve for oxygen. I'm still down there, right now, this very second, and I've been drowning for 6 years. The water never left my lungs. I blink, and I'm back at depth, or maybe I never moved. The equipment room dissolves like ink in water. Cold pressure surrounds me again, 30 feet down. The kelp sways in lazy arcs overhead, thick as a jungle canopy. My regulator hisses with each breath. Metallic. Wrong, but I keep breathing anyway. Movement ahead, the doppelganger swims toward me through the forest, arms outstretched. That same yellow stripe down the wetsuit. But as my headlamp sweeps left, I see another. And another. 6 bodies. They float face down in the kelp like caught fish. suspended by the fronds wrapped around their ankles, their wrists. Same wetsuit on every single one. Same yellow stripe glowing in my light. They drift with the current, gentle, almost peaceful. My bubbles sound too loud. They rise past the bodies, disturbing the kelp. One of the bodies twitches. Oh God, its head lifts, slow, mechanical. The mask catches my light, cracked, flooded with murky water. Behind the glass, a face, bloated, skin the color of drowned meat, lips pulled back from the teeth. Can you imagine what it's like seeing your own corpse stare back at you? Another head rises, then a third, fourth. All 6 bodies turning now, necks rotating with joints that shouldn't move anymore. Their hands float upward, fingers spreading. Reaching, they all wear my face. Pruned, pale, eyes filmed over with something that isn't quite water, isn't quite decay. Their mouths hang open behind the regulators, and I realize they're still trying to breathe. Still trying, still drowning. All of them, they drift toward me through the kelp, slow as a nightmare. And behind them, something else moves in the darkness. They drifted closer, not swimming, just floating, caught in the current like kelp. Each one pointed, same gesture, same waterlogged fingers. One pointed at my air gauge, another at the surface 30 feet above. A third gestured toward the equipment room where 47 failed tanks waited with my name on them. I understood. Oh, I understood completely now. Each version of me had grabbed a different tank. Each one thought, maybe this one will work. Maybe this time I'll make it through the shift. Surface at 2 a.m. Go home to my wife. Each one drowned. The kelp wrapped around my ankles, cold and slick. I looked down at my hands. The skin wrinkled like I'd been in a bath for hours, days, 5 years. My wedding ring was gone, had been gone since the first night, the real first night, back in March of 2019. The metallic taste filled my mouth. Not air, not anymore. Water. I'd been breathing water since the moment my tank failed. Breathing and drowning and choosing over and over to try one more time. One more tank. One more shift. Just get through tonight. The bodies circled closer. Their faces, my face, held no anger, just exhaustion, recognition. They knew what came next. I could swim to the equipment room. Tank number 48 waited there, red sticker bright against the aluminum. I could try again. Tell myself this one's different, this one will work, or I let the regulator slip from my mouth. No explosion of bubbles, no panic. The water filled my lungs like coming home, like finally,